Let us all stand for the national anthem. Please remain standing as I invite Mr. Frank Holder, one of our officials today and a retired coach of the National Sports Council, to lead us in prayer.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, as we come before you this morning, dear God, with thanks, dear God, we give thanks for you awakening us this morning, dear God, to come before you in honor and your glory. And dear God, we pray especially on this day that you would be vigilant in everything that we do, dear God, will be done to your honor and glory. Heavenly Father, we pray especially for our young ones who will compete today, dear God. Let them compete in the spirit of competition. And dear God, let them be free of any incidents or accidents that may tend to befall us, dear God. We pray, dear God, for our teachers who will be there to guide them, dear God. You continue to bless them, watch over them, dear God, in whatever they do. Heavenly Father, and we pray that you will continue to do these things in your precious name. And in the name of your Son, Jesus, who gave his life for us. Amen and amen.
Thank you, Mr. Holder. Can be seated. I am Herbert Giddens, trustee of the NAPSAC Organizing Committee, and I take this opportunity on behalf of the committee to welcome you all here today for this special event. As I said earlier, this is Chafek Frosty's NAPSAC 2023. This is the Freida Nicholls Zone, sponsored today by Wabisco. So I hope, as I said, that you will enjoy this spectacle today. I'm going to take this opportunity now to invite Ms. Lisa Boxwell, brand manager of Wabisco, to bring remarks on behalf of the sponsors.
Good morning. Good morning, athletes. Good morning, students. Good morning, teachers. Good morning, principals. Good morning, coaches. Good morning, NAPSAC officials. NAPSAC 2023. NAPSAC is back. And Wabisco is so happy to be a part of NAPSAC 2023. We are here this morning. We've we brought our breakfast program to the athletes. So all the athletes in the athlete zone have been given breakfast. We've also given that to the officials. We've not left out you students in the stands or you parents. We will have our treats all during the day with our Wabisco tea time. And we've also brought along holiday and Bermudas. So we just want to say how happy we are to be here, to be a part of this occasion. And I cannot leave this podium unless mentioning Miss Freida Nicholls. It is an honor to be sponsoring your zone, ma'am. And you will see why I say so, because when she comes to this podium, you will see how fit and how good she looks. And I was saying to myself, if I knew that looking good at this age, being a sportsman at this age will look so good, I would have continued sports all my life. But nonetheless, it's not too late. And I'm still in the running, still looking as good as you look. So we are happy to sponsor your zone. And I'm just going to give a roll call because the excitement is brewing in the athlete zone. And I want this excitement to be all throughout the stands. So when you hear your school, parents, teachers, principals, and students, I want you to give a round of applause for your school. So first up is Grisette's Primary. Hilda Scheme Primary. Hilltop Preparatory. Holy Innocents Primary School. Luther Thorne Memorial School. Come on now. St. Lawrence Primary. St. Bernard's Primary. St. Luke Brighton Primary. Wesley Hall School. And Workman's Primary School. Have a great day. We look forward for great, exciting sportsmanship, good competitive rivalry, and I just wish you all the best, athletes. Go out there and give your best. Thank you.
Thanks again to sponsors rep Lisa Boxwell, brand manager. And I hope that you took her encouraging words and you see the spirit right throughout the day. As we move along with the program, I'm going to invite athlete Rodney Weeks from the Workman's Primary to bring the athlete's oath. I will hold for you.
Good morning. Athlete's oath. In the name of all competitors, I promise that we shall take part in the 2023 Shafet Frosty's National Primary Schools Athletic Championship, respecting and abiding by the rules which govern them, in the true spirit of sportsmanship, for the glory of sport and the honor of all teams.
Thank you, Rodney. And this is followed by the official's oath by teacher of Arthur Smith, Akia Braffitt.
Good morning. In the name of all the competitors, I promise that we shall take part in the 2023 Chafet Frosty's National Primary Schools Athletic Championship, respecting. In the name of all the judges and officials, I promise that we should officiate in the 2023 Chafet Frosty's National Primary Schools Athletic Championship with complete impartiality, respecting and abiding by the rules which govern them in the true spirit of sportsmanship for the glory of sport and the honor of all teams.
Thank you, Akia. Well, as I said earlier, this is the Freida Nicholls zone. We would have, the organizing committee would have done some work and we expanded from 5 zones to 8 zones. We added the Marcia Trotman zone, the Ryan Braffitt zone, and the Freida Nicholls zone. Just a little bit about Freida. Freida is a Barbadian sprinter who participated in the 100 meters at the 1972 Olympics in Munich, Germany. I think that was the one where we had some drama. Yeah. She also participated in the 200 meter in the 1976 Summer Olympics in Montreal, Canada, and she won a bronze in the 1966 Central American and Caribbean Games. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite Ms. Freida Nicholls to bring remarks and also to declare the Freida Nicholls Zone open.
Good morning, everybody, and good morning, athletes. I want first to acknowledge the contribution of all the sponsors, Chefette Frosty's NAPSAC Championship. The role of sponsors is important because it makes possible what we do here today and for the last 2 weeks. I want to acknowledge the role of National Sports Council, Barbados Union of Teachers, the NAPSAC Organizing Committee, principals, physical education teachers, coaches and officials, ancillary staff, very important in primary schools, parents, relatives, community members. Now, athletes, I want to tell you my story. I won my first race when I was 7 years old. I was at St. Gabriel's School. It was there I developed and found that I loved running and I was good at it. Then I went on to Queen's College young because back in those days you went to secondary schools from age 9. And at 10 years old, my physical education teacher showed us a movie of the 1960 Olympic Games in Rome where I saw this tall black girl, Wilma Rudolph, winning 3 Olympic gold medals, 100, 200, and 4x1 relay. I said, I want to be just like her. And then I went on at 12 years old to be Victress Ludorum at Interschool Sports. I tell you this early story because this is your early story. What you do here is going to assist you in moving on in sports and in anything further. Because all of the qualities you are going to find here, the commitment, the dedication, the stickability, the focus, all of that is going to be important in life. And I want to throw out here to principals, teachers, parents, and to you athletes. If you're involved in sport, you have to balance your academics. So you have to manage your time and you have to organize yourself to be successful on the track and field and to do well in your work. So I want to wish you all the best. I want you to do your best, enjoy, you're going to make friends, you're going to succeed, and everybody, I just want to ask you, do your very best. Good luck and have a wonderful Wabisco Freida Nicholls Zone Championship.
Thank you. You now have to declare the games open. Yes, we can do that with the up.
I declare the Wabisco Freida Nicholls Zone Championships open.
All right. Let us do one more shout out for the teams here today. Thank you very much, Madam Nicholls. Again, today we have Grisex Primary, Hildeskeen, Holy Innocents, St. Bernards, Wesley Hall Warriors, Workmans, Hilltop, St. Lawrence, and St. Luke's Brighton. Let the games begin. Do have a wonderful day.
You could have keep this one. A very pleasant good morning to our viewers and welcome to the final day of the zonal meets for the Chafet Frosties National Primary Schools Track and Field Championships. This is the Wabisco Freida Nicholls zone. You just witnessed the opening ceremony. You heard from the icon herself, Freida Nicholls. And we'll tell you a bit more about Freida as we go on with our broadcasts. The schools participating in the Wabisco Freida Nicholls zone: Holy Innocents Primary, Hilltop Preparatory, Luther Thorne Memorial, Wesley Hall Juniors, Workman's Primary, Grisette's Primary, St. Bernard's Primary, St. Lawrence Primary, Hilda Skeen Primary, and St. Luke's Brighton. Now, just to remind you, this is the first time for the Freida Nicholls zone. Therefore, as was done with the Marcia Trotman zone and the Ryan Brathwaite zone, the winners of each event today will become the record holder. So we'll have to await the result of both sections. If there are 3-time finals, the result of those 3-time finals. We'll start as usual with our first event on the track, the Girls Open 600 meters. We have 2 sections coming up. See, the girls are all lined up out there ready to go for that first section. We'll give you that starting lineup as soon as we can see them. Here we go. So lined up here for our first section, Deshauna Rochester of St. Lawrence Primary, there on the inside. Jazia Ford of Wesley Hall, 5112, wearing the maroon outfit. From St. Bernard's Primary, Ishvia Hinkson. She's in bib number 5024. From Hilda Skeen Primary, Jada Scott, 4782. Wearing bib number 4719 from Grisette's Primary, Trinity Lynch. From St. Bernard's, Zakia Goddard. Wearing bib number 4882 from Luther Thorne Memorial, Jada Richards. From Hilda Skeen Primary, Delicia Motley. She's in bib number 4776. And on the outside, wearing bib number 4941, Isabella Jaising of St. Lawrence Primary. So this is the first of 2 time finals in the Girls Open 600 meters. 1.5 laps around the track. Had a fantastic 7 days of competition. Yesterday in the Sunshine Cereals Ryan Brathwaite zone, Wilkie Cumberbatch Primary emerged the Double Crown champions. So the athletes here acknowledging things are ready to go. So the first event of the Wabisco Freida Nicholls zone getting ready to go. This will be a standing start for these young ladies. So they're off and running. Motley of Hilda Skeen. From Grisette's Primary, Trinity Lynch, now going into the lead. So they're around the turn, coming into the straightaway for the first time. So Trinity Lynch of Grisette's and Motley of Hilda Skeen, those are the first 2. 200 meters, 400 meters to go, 200 gone, approximately 38.9 seconds for that first 200 meters. So Delicia Motley of Hilda Skeen goes right into the lead. And moving up now from St. Bernard's, We'll get that bib number for you. There are two competitors from St. Bernard's in this one, Goddard and Hinkson. So this one, Zakia Goddard of St. Bernard's, that's the athlete leading here. And the two athletes from Hildeskeen, trying to get some valuable points for them to get things going. But remember, these are time finals, so it's all about running a fast time. Zakia Goddard of St. Bernard's, and now moving up here. That's Scott of Hildeskeen. There goes Scott, Jada Scott of Hildeskeen. So Scott and Goddard. Scott will take it. Goddard will finish in second. 2:00:24 for Scott. So Hildeskeen getting things going with that victory. Just to remind you once more, they'll have to await the result of the next section. Coming in now is Trinity Lynch of Grisette's Primary. And of course, the cheering continues. They were cheering from as early as 9:30 this morning. She will finish. There she goes from St. Lawrence Primary. Crossing the line now. Well done to her. I want to say a very early good morning to Janelle Denny. Janelle, you were with me rather early this morning. That means you have a lot to do later in the day. Once I see you here so early, I know you will be leaving me and going off to do a lot of other things. How are you this morning?
Good morning, Jules, and good morning to the viewers. Yes, I'm doing well. How about you?
Me, I'm doing very well. This is day 8.
Yes, it is.
People thought that it would be a tremendous undertaking to cover 8 zones, but I must say that the 8 zones went rather quickly.
Yes, it did actually, and I feel as if we've just begun, to be quite honest.
Yes, so we're gonna
action-packed, and you know, it's almost like if we could have some zonals next week as well.
Oh yes.
But I think the other members of the executive would agree. The 4 days each week.
Yes.
Allowed for, you know, nice pacing.
Oh yes, it worked quite well. You had that Friday to relax the weekend, and then you came back again. And of course, tomorrow there'll be no NAPSAC. And I understand that some people were looking to come to NAPSAC last Friday.
Yes, I'm expecting to see the coverage on TV as well.
So we're going to get back to your quotes, etc., as we get ready for our second section, and it's off. We have 2 from Luther Thorne Memorial, Megan Rayside and Talia Lucas, and those 2 are out and taking the pace really quickly here. First 200 meters, let's see if these 2 can work like the Africans do in the distance races. And right there now moving up from Hildeskeen is Haley Nurse. She's now moved into second position. Harewood of Wesley Hall in third. So Lucas of Luther Thorne is our current leader as they look to turn to head down the backstretch. This is the second section of the girls 600. They're chasing 2 minutes 00.24. Scott of Hildeskeen, she set that mark in the first section. So that's the time they have to beat in order to get that 10 points as well as the record. They'll be the record holder. So now moving up here is Lucas. of Lufa Thorn. Right behind her, trying to hold steady and maybe get a kick, is Haley Nurse of Hildeskeen. So, we'll see how things will turn. Obviously, in this race, you want to have a good, strong kick. Talking about kick, here's the kick. Into the straightaway from Wesley Hall is Maya Harewood. Actually, that's her teammate. That's Adriana Louis. So Louis wins it. Second will go to Haley Nurse of Hildeskeen. And third, the other Wesley Hall competitor, Maya Harewood. So 2:00:39. That's the time. So based on that time, Scott of Hildeskeen will become the champion and the record holder. 2:00:24, Scott of Hildeskeen from the first section. Here we see the two athletes from Grisettes. Two tiny girls, but remember the 600 meters is an open event, so athletes who are under 11
or
and
under
under 13 can participate. So Janelle, all in all, great effort to get Hildeskeen off to a great start. I know you are beaming. Hey, I will say it for you. Okay, so that's a replay where we saw the athletes there from
Yes.
Lufa Thorn going out.
I think Haley went out a bit too hard,
Oh,
chasing
yes.
those
The girls
early
from Lufa
runners.
Thorn.
Yes.
Yes.
She should have just settled in and come home.
And it's all about pacing
Yes.
here. We
And
know
strategy.
that. Yes. So, what is the
Run her
quote?
own race.
Yes. What is the quote of the day?
Well, the Wabisco Freida Nicholls quote of the day in support of the Ministry of Education's Peace Initiative is, "Peace is always beautiful. Peace is our gift to each other."
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And, you know, recently we've been hearing about all of these incidents where instead of trying to
Find that.
solve,
Yes.
I mean, little issues in a peaceful manner, people tend to resort to all other means instead of
Exactly.
trying to, you know, be peaceful. And I know in the past we had neighborhoods where peace was the thing. There was peace in the
Yes.
neighborhoods. You know, you can go to your neighbor, even if the neighbor was 5 doors down.
Exactly.
You can ask for something. Nowadays, the neighborhoods have become kind of what you find in the U.S., where you don't even know your neighbor.
It is true.
You don't dare knock at their door.
And the thing about it is that we have to remember, it seems that persons are always willing to send out the negative
Yes.
and not the positive. And it's like, as it says, peace is always beautiful. It's good to be able to spread positivity as opposed to negativity.
You're so
it's
correct.
a gift that we give to each other.
Yes.
And we need more of it.
I think there's maybe it's the Anglican Church, I believe, that there's a part in the program in the church where peace. You know about that, Janelle?
Not Anglican, I don't.
Oh, well, I've been to several churches, but I'm sure there's a part where you walk around and you greet
I
each
think it's
other.
peace be with you.
Yes. Yes.
Greeting of the peace.
Oh, that's what it's called? Greeting of the peace? Yes. And that's a good part in the service where you just walk around and greet each other and say, "Peace be unto you." I like that.
And even like when we were talking about persons within neighborhoods not knowing each other, you know, sometimes if you do move into a neighborhood, even if they don't come and say anything to you, you can go to them.
Yes.
You know, it's about reaching out and finding ways to open those lines of communication.
Yes. Totally agree. Good. Again,
And the thing
we're
about it is,
continuing with
as-
great quotes.
Yeah, the thing about it is too, children often show that type of spirit.
Yes.
You know,
We
they're
We saw evidence yesterday.
Right. They traditionally just work well together for
Together.
the most part, and the innocence
Yes.
of their youth allows for that. This is when we get older. So that, and the thing is, we as adults, we have to show them the example.
There you go.
But sometimes
make every
the
effort.
children are the ones that, you know, are the example that
we
should
must
follow.
make every effort to put forward those positive, be a positive role model. So we're ready for the first of two time finals for the boys. Going here is Ford of Grisettes. Up front there, 5003, Jerome Thomas of St. Lawrence Primary. 4808 is Annery Pollard Morris of Hilda Skeen Primary. He's out front. So we'll see how things will shape up for these lads. 10 of them going here. Almost single file, heading down the back stretch. And our new leader
is Johnson from Wesley Hall.
Oh, yes.
I think the battle will be between the Warriors. They're called the Warriors.
Okay.
Wesley Hall Warriors, the Crane Resort Hilda Skeen Blazers, and probably Lufaton. But
so this is the second bunch here behind. Yes. But this guy has really opened a gap here.
Yes, I think I remember him from the cross country.
Okay.
Wesley Hall boys have a very strong boys team.
"5154" is the number we are saying, the bib number. But this is Wesley Hall here.
Yes.
Tariq Johnson of Wesley Hall School, the leader, as he heads down the back stretch with a pretty good lead. Yes, comfortable lead here, 142 on the clock. Again, just to remind you that it's all about times here. Winning time overall will become the new record holder. So Johnson of Wesley Hall going down the straightaway, the back stretch for the final time. All he has to do is try to maintain. No need to exert necessary.
Remember, he's still running against the clock because
yes.
he has another heat. So
Lufathorn trying to get into the action. But Johnson of Wesley Hall, he's all alone.
He's opening
now
up.
He's opening up. Think he heard you, Janelle.
Yeah,
it's all about the time. So coming into the straightaway with a sizable lead, 2:28 on the clock.
He's pushing.
All Johnson. So Wesley Hall will be opening up with a good one here. He crosses the line now, 240.14. And battle on for second.
Place. Or it was a battle for third.
That was a third battle. So congrats to Tariq Johnson of Wesley Hall. 2 minutes 40.14. That will be the time to beat. The others coming in to finish now. So the action gets going at the Wabisco Freida Nicholls zone. Hilda Skeen opening up well with a 2:00.24 win from Scott in the girls 600 meters. Now our first section of the boys 800 meters. Johnson of Wesley Hall opening with a 2 minutes 40.14. So we'll see what these lads will do coming up in the second section. Athlete here from Grisettes. Finishing up. So he will finish. Winner being stretched off. Some field events in progress. Janelle, of course, we know the importance of getting those field event points.
Very much so.
Remember, Wilkie Cumberbatch scoring close to 100 points in field events.
I think it will be extremely important for the overall title race as well.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I believe the coaches by now of those zones gone will be doing some tabulations and trying to see how many of their athletes already are
qualified,
in
yes.
to the semifinals. Because you can pretty much tell the winners of each event will automatically earn a spot into the semifinals. And then the next best in terms of the sprints up to the 400 meters, they will be advancing the next 8.
Yes. All field events will be the top 16.
So this is just a replay of that first one. And the lad from Wesley Hall, he made a move early, continued to dominate. He had about 70 meters lead on the field. And here he comes finishing strong.
Strong, yes.
Very strong finish. 2:40.1 for his time. So let's look at the athletes in this second section. Romani Davis of St. Lawrence Primary, he's on the inside. Next to him, Keyshawn Warden of St. Bernard's, Caden Reed of St. Lawrence. So 2 St. Lawrence guys going here. Nakente Aline Lawrence of Hildeskein Primary. He's wearing bib number 4787. Next to him, 5141, Jadiel Blunt of Wesley Hall. From Lutherthorne, Amani Standard, 4914. Wearing bib number 5052, Amari Henry of St. Bernard's. 4805, Amari Lord of Hildeskein. Kaimani Clark of Workman's Primary. 5179. And on the outside, Akiko Wharton of Wesley Hall. So they're off and running. Okay, trying to be safe here.
Yes.
And that will happen in a field when you have a scratch start. So 4894, he is really going.
He's going.
Caden Reed of St. Lawrence, 4994. 2:40.14 is the time these youngsters will be looking to beat. Second section of the boys' 800 meters. Now moving up, St. Bernard's, Amari Henry. So Henry goes into lead as they pass the 200-meter mark for the first time. Henry of St. Bernard's, Clark of Workman's Primary in second. And moving up now.
Looks like a strong lad, yeah?
Yes, he does look that way. Aline Lawrence, Lord of Hildeskein, moving up now. Aline Lawrence is lying there in 5th position. Blunt of Wesley Hall. And our leader with 400 meters to go, 1:15.
Looks to be struggling.
Still Henry of St. Bernard's, yes. There he goes. He's in, looking to his left to see where the competition is.
Yes, I think Wesley Hall is going to start to track him now.
Jadel Blunt.
Nice long strides.
Yes. Yes, he's cutting
Using
down.
that height to his advantage. Nice tall running and very relaxed.
So he goes right into the lead here. Yes, good running form from him. So Jadel Blunt of Wesley Hall is the leader. Trying to move up there now.
Lord trying to make a
is
move.
Amari Lord.
But now he needs, after he passes the individual, he needs to tuck on the inside. But he's made a counter move.
Yes. So Henry of St. Bernard's not letting him get past him. But our leader,
I think
Jadel Blunt of Wesley Hall, 2:21 on the clock. Remember, he has to go faster than 2:40.14. We should see a kick here. Amari Henry of St. Bernard still holding on to that second spot. Blunt of Wesley Hall, he's working his way to the finish, and he will complete 2 minutes 44:20 his time. Finishing in for second will go to Henry of St. Bernard's, and third to Amari Lord of Hildeskein. 2:44:20, it won't be fast enough. So Johnson of Wesley Hall will become the winner of the boys' open 800 meters, and he will be the new record holder.
and well deserved.
Oh, yes.
I believe he ran the better
Of
race.
the two sections.
Of the two sections.
Yes, he did.
So think he paced his race properly, and he obviously had the stronger finish, so that always helps.
Of course. You must always have a kick in these longer distances. Saw a guy who was leading most of the way in one, I think it was the 400 meters, and eased up a little at the finish and was passed right there on the line. It's important to finish fast. So Janelle, peace being the quote of the day.
Peace
It's all
is
about
always
peace.
beautiful.
Yes.
It is the gift that we give to each other.
And do you have the Olympic value of the day?
Of course. After all the 7 days, I believe that to finish off this zonal competition, it was good to use the word unity.
Unity.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
And the reason being, the Olympic rings themselves, right? It is actually a symbol, an expression of all the 5 continents,
Correct.
coming together. And in terms of the meeting of the athletes, here we're
Yes.
watching the replay of the second section of the 800-meter boys. So we have the meeting of the athletes throughout the world. And when we think about NAPSAC, when we bring it back here, the zonal stage is the introduction or reintroduction, so to speak, of all of our schools that are part of this competition. And I think it was pretty fitting because on March 2nd, those qualifiers will then come together.
Yes. They will all unite.
They will all unite.
Oh, yes.
And I think it is important to end on that note, because if you want to have a peaceful society, you have to find ways of being united. I think most of the time people focus too much on the differences and the problems and not find what the commonalities are or what solutions you can bring to the table.
Yeah.
It's all well and good to talk about the problems, but let's get past that, identify problems, but discuss solutions and then move forward.
And there's also a saying, unity is strength.
Correct.
Yes. So.
And you know, people might think it's cliche, but it's a case where up to this morning I was talking about the fact that if you've decided on a particular decision, sometimes everyone may not agree on that decision, but you stick to what you've decided so that you see if that decision is the best decision. And the only way that you know is if everyone is on the same page to see if it will work.
Yes.
If it has a genuine chance of working. You can't have persons that are, as you say, poking holes in the boat when others are trying to go forward. So therefore, you've got to come together, do what you have to do, and then reflect, you know, and come up with a better solution if that one isn't the best. Yeah.
So I like
important.
the two words I will say, that word peace and the word unity. Yes. So those are the key takeaways today, folks. Quote of the day, peace, and the Olympic value, unity. So let's remember those as we go through our day, as we see things heat up here at the Wabisco Freida Nicholls Zone. As usual, we want to thank Janelle Denny, chairperson of the organizing committee, for giving us these 8 wonderful quotes, these 8 Olympic values, and we'll see them posted.
Yes, they've already been posted on our social media platforms, but now we will be emailing to the schools and so on.
Excellent. Yes. Great initiatives. We trust that they will bring some fruit, bear some good fruit, and continue to do the good work that you're doing.
Yes.
So, could you share with us the dates for the semifinals and the finals of NAPSAC so people can mark that on their calendars and make sure that they can get tickets, etc.?
Well, remember, tickets are in the box offices, at all box offices right now. So get your tickets for March the 2nd for the semifinals.
March 2nd.
And then March the 10th for the big grand finale.
So Thursday, March 2nd, the semi-final. We will see some of the best athletes from the 8 zones coming together. And then out of that lot, we will see the best coming
Creme de la
together
creme.
for the big final, the big finale on Friday, the 10th of March. I believe, Janelle, I can share with our viewers where they can obtain these tickets from. CS Pharmacy, Emerald City, Jordan's in Spikestown, Esso BlackRock, SportsMart, and the Barbados Union of Teachers headquarters. But you can't go to BUT headquarters on the weekend. No one will be there to sell you tickets, so you need to get them during the week from BUT. All the other places, once they're open, you can go there, get your tickets. For the semis, $10, and for the finals, $20. And children's tickets are $5. So, Janelle, again, congrats on a great job so far. The zones were rather exciting. We had some good performances, and we look forward to what the semifinals will bring.
Yes. We are also looking forward to that, Jules.
Oh, yes. So I will allow you to go ahead and continue with your duties as Mr. Neil Gill will be joining us. And Neil, I know he's excited as well. He loves to see these little ones compete. The under-7s going 50 and 80. Under-7s going 50, the under-9s going 80 meters.
I instructed him this morning to welcome our 600 athletes with his trumpeting skills.
We did see a bit
Going
of
back
him
to
up
his
in the stands.
Yes.
With the conch shell. Hopefully in the recap of the day, you'll get to see that. Neil blowing his conch shell. So we are ready with the under-7 girls. 3 sections coming up.
Have a great morning, Jules.
You too, Janelle.
And also to the viewers.
Peace.
Peace be with you.
So Shamaya Clark of Luther Thorne Memorial, she'll be running in lane 2. Lane 3 from Holy Innocents, Selena Walcott Aline. In lane 4 from Wesley Hall, Jamira Waith. Lane 5 from St. Bernard's, Janakisa Harris. In lane 6 from St. Luke's Brighton, Amanda Greenwich John. And in lane 7, Sahara Lane of Grisette's Primary. That's the lineup for the first of 3 sections in the under-7 girls 50-meter dash. Good morning to you, Neil.
Good morning, Mr. Jules. How are you doing this morning?
I am doing very good. It's been 7 days of pure action, and here we go. The action continues. Jamira Waif of Wesley Hall, 5-1-3-2. She's our leader. She will take the first section, 9.98 seconds.
Very comfortable running there from Jamira Waith.
So, Neil, as you know, we will have to keep track of these times.
Yeah, definitely. These are timed finals.
And not only that, but this zone, first time for this zone, so whoever wins overall will become the new record holder.
And so far we've seen some good competition, good times, Michael, in those 800s and the 600s. And now, young Jamira Waith, I beg pardon, she opens up the under-7 girls, a decent time of 9.98 seconds. Now we have on the track, in lane number 2 from Hilda Skeen, Tayeja Boucher. Lane 3 from St. Lawrence Primary, Sage Brown. Lane 4 from Holy Innocents, Soraya Maynard. Lane 5 from St. Bernard's Primary, that's Chelsea Burnett. Lane number 6 from Wesley Hall School, Adifa Wilson. And in lane 7 from Workman's Primary, Shazara Elliott. And these young ladies just waiting their cue. some of them still looking around. They're a little green for the first time. It is in the under sevens.
Yes, we've seen a lot of that. Normally, you'll find all these athletes in this under 7 category very nervous, seeing crowds, first time on the track.
Yeah, definitely. And they're off and they're running. And in the business end is Tejé Boucher from Hildeskeen. And she's going to win it. She wins it comfortably from Sage Brown from St. Lawrence Primary. Flash time, 9.44, Mike. It's a little quicker than the other one.
Yes,
so she's gone straight ahead. Rounded up now to 9.45. Second was Soraya Maynard of Hold is Innocent. 9.85 is the time. Yeah, and so we now see it full time. And there, Mike, you saw the young lady in lane 3 just ran over into lane 2. So, so Soraya Maynard, she ran from in lane 4 over into lane 3, which was the young lady from St. Lawrence's lane. Well, you'll see how that goes. It's still new for these young athletes, Mike.
Yes.
We're now moving on to the third of these time finals. Here we go. From in lane number 2 from St. Lawrence Primary, Gabrielle Johnson Ellis, and the race is off. And it is from Grisette's Primary, so Shania Scantleberry. Shania Scantleberry, she's cool as a cat. She wins this one quite comfortably. Shania Scantleberry, Grisette's Primary, 9.71. I'm sure if she had put a little more effort in that one, she would have probably done a 9.5. She was running and looking around. I'm sure her coaches will have something to tell her about that.
Of course, if she makes it on to the semifinals.
There's a replay. She's there, Mike. She's just gonna. She's having fun. Almost like a Usain Bolt saying, "I've got this."
Oh my!
So that completes the under.
Boucher of Hildeskeen, that 9.45 seconds time will give her the win.
And
10
new
points,
record holder.
and she will claim a record in the Freida Nicholls zone.
And Wabisco, Freida Nicholls zone.
Yeah. And I want to make a point here. I want to share a point with you, a point that was made by Troy Wickham, a guy
very good guy,
who I coached for a while, went on to do well. And the point Troy shared is, you know, we need to encourage athletes who might not make it to the top here at NAPSAC. Someone like Troy was a late bloomer, and he came on actually in secondary school. And then he went on to represent Barbados at the world junior level, and achieved a lot in track and field. And that story can be told about a lot of other athletes who did not have any knapsack days, any Milo days, any primary school days competing at all. But once they got into secondary school, then someone saw the ability in them, and from there it blossomed. And so we need to encourage all the athletes, even those who might not factor at this stage.
And another thing, Michael, you know, sometimes we only like to highlight the marquee events like the 100s and the 200s, but we have throwers, we have jumpers.
Oh yes,
you know, and I think that sometimes we don't pay enough interest and emphasis on these events, and you usually see them coming out in the secondary schools. But as I said, it's all about development. So you could have found a young person doing very well in the cricket ball throw and transition into javelin when they get to the secondary school.
Correct.
So these are some of the things that we will have to take a look at as part of our development.
Of course.
Some of the action going on at the track.
Grisette's, that looks like Grisette's Primary there. Yes, they're cheering on this athlete, Jacody Aline. He's running in lane 2.
In lane number 3 from St. Luke's Brighton is Trezay Gittins.
Ranako Hardin of Hildeskeen, we'll see him running out of lane number 4.
Lane 5 from Luther Thorne Memorial, Mario Mason.
In 6 is Rayandre Connell of St. Bernard's Primary.
And in lane number 7 from St. Lawrence Primary, Caden Hadaway Murray.
So that's the lineup for the first section for the under 7 boys. See how fast these guys will go.
And we have young Hadaway Murray. He's in his mask. I guess he's comfortable with that.
Yes. Optional.
Optional.
That youngster there is ready to go. Connell of St. Bernard's.
Oh, he's ready and raring to go. I know our good friend, Mr. Pierre, would have the crew, the St. Bernard's crew ready.
Oh, yes.
Also looking as if he's ready. He means business is Renako Harding of Hildeskeen.
Just awaiting the starter.
I guess they're explaining. They're trying to explain to them what they have to listen out for.
Youngster from Luther Thorne, Mario Mason, his eyes fixed on that starter. He's looking across there. See those two lads sharing a smile.
Yeah.
Mason from Luther Thorne and Harding of Hildeskeen.
Yes. Competition, but
yes.
friendship.
So the gun is up.
And they're off. And
as we said, Mason, he was ready.
Yes, and from here comes on the inside Harding of Hildeskeen. Harding of Hildeskeen. He wins it from Mario Mason of Luther Thorne. 10.03 is the flash time. That's 10.03. A little slower than the girls.
And normally at this stage, Neil, no disparity between the performances. You will see things start to change probably at the under 13 level, and definitely as we go up to under 15 and,
yes,
and upward.
Definitely.
All to do with their development.
Yeah. Right.
Second section here then.
Yeah, in lane number 2 from Workman's Primary, Rosari Mears.
In 3, Sahir Adams of Wesley Hall.
Jatari Griffith, representing St. Luke's Brighton, is in lane 4.
And in 6, Aidan Lane Bacchus. Don't think that's what we're seeing here.
No, I think that's
7
is
Miguel Greenwich Norris of Grisette's Primary. No one from Hildeskeen in this one. The Hildeskeen athlete is missing.
Yeah. And I hope for his sake he's not participating in another event because...
Well, under 7, they have 3 events.
Yeah, and the Mears and Adams and the... You know, we become so familiar with these blues. Workman's Primary, Sahir Adams not running his traditional maroon colors, but he's off. Like that is Sahir Adams of Wesley Hall.
Oh, he has blinded the field.
I'm hoping this time, Mike. You're really looking at this time.
Wow.
7.53 is that? 7.53.
Wow, that was a run from him.
That's a... Okay, well...
Okay, here we go. 9.17.
9.17. That was more realistic.
Yes.
9.17 for Sahir Adams of Wesley Hall Primary. Second was Rosari Mears.
That was a really good run from that lad, Sahir Adams.
That puts him in pole position.
9.17, that will be the time to beat.
He's a big chap.
Third section ready to go. St. Bernard's Primary, Thiago Walcott. He'll be running out of lane 2.
Lane 3 from Wesley Hall Primary is Kazari Jordan.
Renali Walcott of St. Lawrence in lane number 4.
In lane 5, representing Luther Thorne Memorial Primary, is Akiri Miller-Leon.
Mylan Hazel of Workman's Primary in lane number 6.
And in lane number 7, from Holy Innocents Primary, Azani Hewitt. Just looking around, there's 6 of them.
In the background, we can see the under 9s getting ready for their chance. They'll be going 80 meters.
Yeah, and That's the
On the sevens, they compete in 3 events: the 50-meter dash, the standing broad jump, and the tennis ball throw.
All part of development. yes,
Correct.
right? And so we're seeing a Tiago and a Milan, so I'm assuming their parents may have some football.
So 9.17, that's the time
That's
to
a
beat.
time. The quickest time we've seen in the under sevens thus far, both male and female. And
I want to take this opportunity to say happy 60th birthday to my brother, Richard Anthony Jules. 60 years old today. Seems like just yesterday we were 2 little boys running around in the yard.
Yes.
Now he's 60. Wow.
And you are 42? What? Yeah.
Actually, 27.
27. Okay. Right. You don't look a day over. And I always remember Josie is always one of those people who seem to never age. So we're not missing anything. It seemed to be some technical. I see the officials are working to get to find out exactly what's going on.
Well, we have all the athletes here, so we know it's not a problem with trying to locate an athlete.
And I think, I could be wrong. I could have been the young man from Hildeskin, because I find it kind of strange.
Yes,
here
we
he
go.
comes.
Yeah,
we go.
nearly on the ball.
Yeah, he should
because
have
we wondered where he was.
Correct. So probably he was at the cricket ball throw.
Some other event.
Yeah.
Yes.
So he comes in now to run.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
So we have the confirmation.
There.
He is Aidan Lane Bacchus.
Yeah.
So he'll be in lane 8.
We thank our Mr. Ryan Topping for giving that information. He's
our technical director.
Yes, always on the ball,
Yes,
always busy,
yes.
and kudos to Ryan and his team. Sometimes the ones who work in the back office, they don't get a lot of credit. I know Mrs. Leacock. I can just say good morning to her. She's another one of the coaches who work very hard with the teams. And they're on the starters' orders. Mr. Brown has them on the line, and they're off and running. And from Wesley Hall, it looks like Jordan. He's getting competition from Akiri Miller-Leon. 9.35 is the flash time.
Won't be as fast as the 9.17 recorded by Adams of Wesley Hall in the previous time final. So
Kazari Jordan, he wins this heat, this flight.
Adams will end up being the overall champion, but a good run from this lad here.
That is Akiri Miller-Leon ran second. That was a very good run. So we have our winner there from Wesley Hall. In a time of
Adams.
Yeah, 9.17. A very, very good time. Very crisp time, I should say. Right? And if you take a look at the other times, he's way ahead of the others. So
9:35 and 10:03 were the winning times from the other 2 sections. So we're ready for the girls, the under-9 girls. They will be going 80 meters.
And in lane number 2 from Luther Thorne Memorial Primary, Iris Wade.
Representing St. Luke's Brighton in lane number 3, Chantel Gale.
From Workman's Primary, Roshia Hines is in lane from 4.
In lane 5, Trinity Clark of St. Lawrence Primary.
In lane number 6 from Grisette's Primary, Kalia Lane.
And in lane number 7, Omora Aline of St. Bernard's Primary.
Yeah, and they're just standing there, just taking their final instructions.
So the first of 3 time finals for the under-9 girls coming up.
As we We have here. We see the supporters. Children, and I always talk about this, the support that these children need. Yeah, I always say kudos to parents who come support their children. Continue to support your children. This is what they need at this stage, and they will continue to blossom. So kudos to all the parents who've made it here and throughout the competition. And as we will go in to remember the semi-finals will be on March the 2nd, and then the finals will be on the 10th of March. 10th of March.
Yes, please.
10th of March, right back here at the Usain Bolt complex. So I think we have some changes. It looks like lane 3 is now vacant. Rochia Hines, she's moved. I see 5073. This is from St. Luke's Brighton. She's gone out into lane number 8. So
Okay.
it's a little.
Don't know why. All the others are correct.
Yeah. So let's take a look there. St. Bernard's is in lane 7. Yes. Grisette's Primary is in lane 6. Lane 5, St. Lawrence Primary. Lane 4. That's Rochia Hines. Let's see if that number's correct.
Yes.
5173. Yeah. So lane.
They're all
3.
correct.
Yeah. So there's no one from St. Luke's Brighton then. I wonder why. No, St. Luke's Brighton has gone into lane 8.
That's
So
the point I'm making. I don't know why they moved her from there,
Yes.
because she was in the right lane. From our sheet, 5073, Chantel Gale from St. Luke's Brighton. She should be running in lane 3. Don't know why the change.
They placed her in lane number 8. Well, the officials, they will work it out. I'm just hoping that they will give the wrong person the wrong number. So we have.
There's some liquid there in the lane.
Oh,
maybe that's the reason why they have moved her from that lane.
Okay, gotcha now.
Yes.
Yeah, so something.
Yeah, something there in the lane.
Yeah, so they will have to make the adjustment.
And of course, that must be sent up to the
technical team.
Yes, that technical area. So again, some of the supporters for Luther Thorne Memorial.
As you can see, some of the parents there, teachers, they're really enjoying the sports. Yeah, so in lane number 2, Iris Wade from Luther Thorne Memorial Primary. In lane number 4, for Workman's Primary, Rochia Hines. Lane 5, we'll see St. Lawrence's Primary, Trinity Clark. Lane 6, from Grisette's Primary, Kalia Lane. Lane 7, from St. Bernard's Primary, is Omara Aline. And out in lane number 8, from St. Luke's Brighton, Chantal Gale. So she is in lane number, she's out in lane number 8. So
Okay, seems like they're just about ready to go, Neil, with this first section.
yeah, the first of the 3-time finals. They're just
So the Wabisco Freida Nicholls zone continues. We have the 6. Boys 50, and now we have the 80 meters.
Okay.
On the starters' orders, first of 3-time finals for the under-9 girls.
And they're standing up.
Bit of nerves here for these little ones.
Good clean start this time.
Yes.
And out in lane number 7, O'Mara, Aline of St. Bernard's Primary. She's pumping away. She looks comfortable, Mike. It's very, very, very easy. She's going to win it. She takes this one quite easily. 13.04 in a flash time. And she came prepared. And I know the St. Bernard's crew, there they are. They're enjoying themselves as we have a look at the replay. And I guess she will work on her form as she goes on.
Neil, did you see 2 shoes falling off along the way?
Too much speed. In second position was Grisette's Primary's Khalil Lane.
Young lady Trinity Clark of St. Lawrence. She lost her shoes along the way, but she continued. That's the important thing.
What I say,
she went on.
She kicked them off deliberately,
No,
so she got away.
They flew right off.
So we're moving on to the second of these time finals.
And Neil, I can tell you that we will have the opportunity to speak to Dr. Ramona Archer Bradshaw, the Chief Education Officer. She's graced us with her presence, and we'll get the opportunity to have some words with her. Of course, this event is a joint initiative of the Barbados Union of Teachers and the National Sports Council, and we know of one of the initiatives that the Ministry of Education has brought on board. Janelle has been here every day to talk to us about the quote of the day. So really a pleasure to have Dr. Archer Bradshaw with us, and we'll be hearing from us pretty soon.
Yes, and I want to welcome her when she comes. It's always good when we have the officials, ministry officials here with us, offering their support as well.
Yes, which is quite necessary. The cricket ball throw, one of our field events in action. As you know, there are a number of field events taking place here. See this young lady from Wesley Hall with a good solid arm.
Yeah.
Not many of these under 9s do a run up, Neil.
This looks more like under 11, Mike. These are little.
Neither the under 11s.
Yeah.
They probably make about 3 strides and then they go. But as we said, it's a developmental event, a precursor for the javelin.
Yeah, that's a decent throw. A young lady from Hilda Skiing. Mike, have you had a chance to get outside and mix with the athletes or with the supporters? Have you had a chance?
Unfortunately not, Neil. Time I get here in the morning, it's just a couple of hellos and back in this room and get ready for the coverage.
Yeah, well, I would say that I had the pleasure of going into the stands with them this morning, and I like the vibe.
Oh, yes.
That vibe.
Well, I have seen the vibe all last week and this week.
Yeah.
Good thing, at the primary level, the teachers, some of the parents, they bring their drums, their noisemakers, and they celebrate. They have a ball.
Yeah.
Clean, healthy, fun.
Definitely.
So we're back on track for the second of 3-time finals. The under 9 girls going 80 meters. As we said before, there's some liquid there in lane 3. So the athletes scheduled to run in lane 3, they'll be running in lane number 8.
And they're off and running. The young lady here in lane number 8, Sakari Small of Hilda Scheme Primary, she's getting stiff competition from the young lady there in lane number 5 from Holy Innocents, Rakira Ford. But it's very tight.
I think Small got home first.
13.46 is their flash time.
Not as fast as the first section. Aline of St. Bernard's, that 13:04 still holds.
So Small.
We'll watch the replay here. A good run though from Ford of Holy Innocents. And a very, very tight finish here. Well, as we know, the torso, that's the part of the body that crosses the line. That's the determination of a win.
Yeah.
So Aline of St. Bernard's, 13:04, still the leader as we come to our third and final section.
And here we go. In lane number 2 from St. Lawrence Primary, Amaya Ward.
In lane 4, we'll see Ravina Thorne of Holy Innocents.
Lane 5 from Hilda Scheme Primary, Sophia Maynard.
In 6, Jatara Clark of Workman's.
In lane number 7 from Grisex Primary, Onisha Payne.
And running in lane 8 will be Jasabi White of Wesley Hall.
Mike, you can see these young ladies come up with their hairstyles and their plaits. You don't look forward for that sports. I always love to see them.
Not as evident with the primary schools as it is with the secondary, for sure. Remember there was one called the Danger Duke?
The Danger
You remember
Duke.
that?
Yeah, I remember that.
And a lot of those styles came from the Jamaicans.
Yes.
Yeah, you would see the Jamaican athletes wearing all of these different hairstyles.
All decked out.
Yes. But that's part of the show.
Oh, yes.
In sports.
Yes. That makes sports.
Yes.
You have the competition, the dress, the music, supporters.
They're off and running our third and final section. White of Wesley Hall, Thorne of Holy Innocents on the outside. White of Wesley Hall, she's all alone. They won't catch White. White will get home first in 13:62, a slower time than the other sections.
Yeah. Nevertheless, she made it made it very easily.
Of course, she'll be happy with that win in her section. But the overall winner, 13:04, Aline of St. Bernard's. So as we close off the under-9 girls and get ready for the under-9 boys, I want to bring in Dr. Ramona Archer Bradshaw at this time. Dr. Archer Bradshaw, good morning to you.
Good morning, Michael. How are you?
I am doing very well.
Good.
And is this your first time at NAPSAC?
Not at all. I've been here several times before.
Yes?
I love to see our young people doing positive things. That's the reason I had to be here today.
Excellent. So tell us about first of all, that initiative that the ministry has embarked on this year.
Yes. So we decided that at the beginning of term 2, we will have this peace initiative. We recognize in term 1 that with our best efforts, we saw children engaging in behaviors that were not acceptable. They were fighting, they were quarreling, but not on a large scale, but it was more so happening at a rate that we were not very happy with. So we decided that for term 2, we will have this peace initiative where at morning assemblies, the principal will speak about peace. We will have our teachers incorporating the theme of peace in the lessons. We will have our student councils promoting peace and anti-violent behaviors. Yes, so I'm very happy with the progress that we are making. And I'm also very happy that NAPSAC is promoting the peace initiative here with the quote of the day.
Yes. So I'm going to get back to you shortly as we fix our eyes on the track for our first section, the under 9 boys 80 meters. The Kerry Coleman of St. Bernard's, he's in lane number 2. In lane 4, representing St. Luke's Brighton, Rodante Bayer. In lane 5, Javante Duglin of Grisette's Primary. He's indicating he's present. 5155, Zidane Hines of Wesley Hall. Lane 7, Jameer Waldron of Hildeskeen. And on the outside, Ronico Hines of Workman's Primary. Did you run at primary school?
I couldn't run to save my life. They said I had long legs, but I wasn't fast enough.
Okay. So they're on the starters' orders. Coleman, Bayer, Duglin, Hines, Waldron. And they're off to a good start. Let's see who'll do the running here. On the outside is Coleman of St. Bernard's. Here comes from Hildeskeen, Waldron. Waldron will take it, 13.47 seconds. Are you impressed with what you've seen so far from these youngsters?
Very impressed. They're fast. The future is bright.
Pardon?
The future is bright.
Oh, I trust that it is. We have been commenting about so many athletes we see competing here, but then the transition to international level, we are not getting the numbers that we would like, because we see some 4,000 plus athletes here. We go on to BSAC, we see maybe 2,500 or so, but then the transition to regional, international level, the numbers just get extremely small.
Yes, and we are working on that at the Ministry of Education as well. We are engaging the Barbados Olympic Association, the National Sports Council, and we're developing programs to sustain the interest in athletics, the interest in physical education, because it doesn't necessarily mean transitioning to be an Olympian.
Correct.
But good physical activity is always good.
And I made a point earlier, and I'll get back to that as we are back on track. McCollin, Green, Hunt, Yorick, Allen, and Clark. These 80 meters are flowing. I believe that will be called back. Youngster Green of Hildeskeen starting before his time. So they'll try again. Thierry Green of Hildeskeen, he's out there in lane number 8. And they're off to a good start in the middle of the field. Raj Yorick of Lufathorn. The challenge is on, but on the outside is Green of Hildeskeen. Green being chased by Clark. And Green makes it home, 13:22, a faster time. So Green of Hildeskeen, he will be the one to beat. So earlier this morning, the point was made by Troy Wickham, who is I think he's the Deputy Director of NCSA. And he was an athlete himself, but he's one who came on later on. So, you know, you might not be a superstar here at NAPSAC or even at BSAC, but there's hope for you further down the road. You mentioned all the good things that can be derived from participating in physical education. And I'm glad to hear that the ministry is doing some more as far as that is concerned.
Yes, yes, we are. We had meetings with the physical education teachers. We are providing training for them. They had workshops the ending of last term.
Great.
And we have some more planned for the rest of this academic year. So great things are in store.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Our third section getting ready to go. Here we go. Rogerio Eastman, he's from St. Luke's Brighton. He's in lane number 2. In 4, Kamari Knight of St. Bernard's. In lane 5, Malik Bonito of Grisette's Primary. In lane number 7, Giovanni Edwards, he's from Luther Thorn. In 6, Carleon Prescott Broom of St. Lawrence Primary. So that's Benito of Grisette's Primary acknowledging. Edwards of Luther Thorn in 7. And Amari Kinch of Holy Innocents. He'll be running out of lane number 8. So that's the lineup for the third and final section in the under 9 boys 80 meters. They're off and running. On the inside in lane 2, Eastman. And look out for this youngster from Luther Thorn, Giovanni Edwards. Finishing up now 13.25. Just shy of that 13.32 posted by Green of Hildeskeen. So Green will end up being the overall champion in this event. Back to Dr. Archie Bradshaw. So, tell us why it is so important for the Ministry of Education to get involved in NAPSAC.
Michael, the answer is simple. We want well-rounded children. In the past, we focus on the academics. And while academics are good, we want to ensure that our children take care of their health, because health is wealth. And it isn't only about eating healthily, but it is about engaging in physical activity, that they can carry that throughout their lives.
Yes, it's very important. And of course, when we talk about further down the road at the secondary school level, a lot of times the question is asked, this guy who is a very outstanding athlete, what does his academics look like? So you must have that blend with the academics as well as sports, entertainment, all the other facets. And I do applaud the ministry for making that effort to have well-rounded individuals.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. For us, it's about developing the whole child.
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. And it's really a pleasure to have you on board, to have you here with us today, to give us some of your thoughts on sports, on physical education, and what the ministry is planning for us further down the road.
It is indeed my pleasure.
Yes, good to have you. You're coming to the finals?
Of course. I will be there.
I will ask you this. What primary school did you go to?
I went to Deacon's Primary
Deacon's
School.
Primary.
That is correct.
What zone did Deacons participate in? I can't recall. It was further. I think last week they participated in one of the zones. Deacon's Primary. Great. So you'll be wearing quite a number of different colors. What was Deacon's color? Blue and white?
Blue and white.
Yes.
But I would have to root for all of the primary schools.
Of course.
I cannot be partial.
So at one point I was physical education teacher at Harrison College, responsible for the track team. And then I had a daughter attending Garrison Secondary. I had a daughter attending the Lodge School, my alma mater, and one attending Combermere.
Wow.
So I had to wear 4 ties to the sports to support everyone.
Okay.
Oh, so Deacons was in the Anton-Norris zone. Okay, great. So
Yeah.
again, Dr. Ramona Archer Bradshaw, Chief Education Officer, Ministry of Education, Technological and Vocational Training. Was a pleasure having you. Don't be a stranger. Feel free to come by at any time and share with us more information about what the ministry is doing.
Thank you for having me, Michael.
You're quite welcome. Okay. Great. So we are back on track with the under 13 girls 400 meters, 3-time finals coming up. And we have some points to give you as well. Just before we go into the 400 meters, the boys' points, St. Bernard's 1, St. Lawrence 3, Luther Thorn 6, Hildeskeen 7, Wesley Hall 8, and Workman's Primary leading the boys on 14 points. In the girls, Workman's 1, Lufathorn 4, St. Luke's Brighton 6, Holy Innocents 8, Grisette's 10, St. Bernard's 20, Wesley Hall 29, and Hilda Skeen is leading the girls on 39. So we are back on track here. Things are really heating up. Hinkson, Ford, Gay, Bishop, Williams, and Elcock Harris on the inside. Ashivia Hinkson of St. Bernard's. She's the early leader. And remember, this is the first of 3 time finals. Not any points as yet. We will get the points as we get into the finals for the overall championship. So Hinkson of St. Bernard's taking this one out. Just past the 200-meter mark. Still Hinkson, 44 seconds on the clock. She's all alone. No one near her at this point. Into the straightaway. That's actually Nikayla Elcott Harris of St. Lawrence Primary. But we'll have a problem here. And I'm glad to have Ryan Toppin, who I will be speaking to next. You will see her bib number, sorry, her hip number saying 7. But she ended up finishing in 1. Hinkson of St. Bernard's finishing in 2nd, and Ford of Wesley Hall now passing. So, Ryan Toppin, Technical Director of NAPSAC. You've been doing this for how long, sir?
I've been with the NAPSAC brand from 2002. I've been the Technical Officer for NAPSAC from 2009.
Okay, so in a case like this, what would happen where we had a young lady who started the race in lane 7 and ran almost the entire race in lane 1?
Well, as we watch the replay here, you see that she would have crossed over, so I believe that somewhere in there maybe her teachers would have told her that she should have been running in lane 1, so she immediately went from lane 1 straight into lane 7 straight into lane 1. So unfortunately for this young lady, her efforts may have been in vain, because by doing that she would have run a shorter distance.
Way shorter.
And thus she may stand the disappointment of being disqualified.
Oh, yes. And we have to follow the rules of track and field, after all. So tell us a bit of what you do, Ryan. What are you responsible for, your roles?
Well, as the technical director for NAPSAC, my role starts actually from about June of the year before NAPSAC. I am responsible for building the databases which are going to be used, and then out of those databases, an event file is created that goes to the schools. The schools use that event file to submit their entries for the competition, and then the secretariat opens. That is when I get some help from very able young ladies, Miss Jones and Miss Carter. They come into the secretariat and help me compile all 8 zones.
Okay, we get back to your job. Sounds like a lot of work there. Trinity Lynch of Grisette's in 2. From Luther Thorne, Haley Marsh in 3. McKenna Williams, she's competing unattached in 4. We already spoke about the unattached athletes. Ariel Stewart of Workman's in 5. Shakira Corbin of St. Lawrence in 6. And Delicia Motley of Hildeskeen in lane number 7. There she goes, Delicia Motley.
Hildeskeen has been performing quite well all day.
Pardon?
Hildeskeen has been competing quite well all day.
Yes, saw her in the 600 meters. Now she's back in the 400 meters, and you will normally see this where athletes will do the double, sometimes the triple. They'll come back in the 200 meters. So Delicia Motley of Hildeskeen out there in lane 7. Ryan Watson, athlete, is out there. They're running blind. They can't look back and see. It's not advisable to look back, but just keep your head down and keep going.
I always tell the teachers that there's a reason why I place the display clock down at the bottom, because just as she clears the bend, I always tell the teachers, if your child is in lane 7, tell them watch the clock and race the clock. Don't watch the field.
Talking about watching the clock, this one is watching the finish line. Haley Marsh of Luther Thorne with a very strong kick. That last 100 meters, a powerful kick from her. Coming on in, and she will take this section, 1:13.44. So that's the winning time, 1:13.44, rounded to 1:13.42. Yes, Ryan, so you were telling us about your responsibilities starting from in June.
Yep, where we start to build the event, the whole championship is built in. As I said, we have gotten to the point where we were at the secretariat, where all of the entries come in electronically. We also provide computers for teachers who don't have internet at school. They can come down and manually put in their entries at BUT, and we don't put in the entries. Every entry that you see, every name that you see, the school puts those in. We don't do that. We leave it to the schools to make that entry.
Excellent. That's just a replay of that second section. And of course, we saw a great effort going out, being very bold, Delicia Motley, but finishing strong, Haley Marsh, and she finished the way you should finish a race. You should always finish strong. And she ended up being victorious, 1 minute 13.42 seconds.
Very good prospect for the future.
Yes, she is. So once all of that work is done, the data has been placed into the system, then what do you guys do next?
Then we compile the packages for the schools. I believe you're ready for the start of the heat
Third
number
section,
3.
Haley Nurse of Hildeskeen, heard that name before as well. She's in lane 2. Goddard of St. Bernard's in 3. White of Lufathorn in 4. Going out pretty good. Shania Carrington of Wesley Hall trying to make up the stagger. Holder of, she's from St. Luke's Brighton in 6. And Atiri Payne of Holy Innocents in lane 7. So looking the best of the lot so far is Shania Carrington of Wesley Hall. Coming up on the inside, Haley Nurse of Hildeskeen. So we are getting used to these outfits. Right there in the mix as well from Lufathorn is Brianna White. She's getting into the picture now, just past the 200-meter mark. And it looks as though White may have the upper hand here. Remember, she's between those two girls, and she's made up the stagger. So as they round that turn, it's White, Carrington, Nurse on the inside. So coming up to 50 meters to go, Brianna White of Lufathorn. She has opened just about 3-4 strides ahead of the others. So Brianna White of Lufathorn on her way to victory, 1:08.06. So that's a faster time. Yes.
Lufathorn performing quite well in both of those events.
So Lufathorn winning their 2 sections. I think we have some rain going now. I think this may stop things for a little bit, Ryan.
Yes, for the athletes. Fortunately, the equipment that we use out there is pretty weather tough, so that won't cause the equipment too much worries. But for the athletes, we're probably going to have a break. We see some of the spectators are also seeking shelter.
Oh, yes. This is just a replay, and while that replay is done, so the packages are delivered to the schools, and I assume that the teachers will recheck them to make sure that what they have put into the system and what you have given them is correct.
Yes, that is a bit of a bugbear, because not all schools are equal in that respect, and some schools they take the package and go, and then they'll have some challenges later on when they finally check them and recognize that all of the changes that they put in did not show up.
I see.
But the schools who do check through the packages normally are the ones on the day who have no problems within the meet. So after that, and then it's 2 days of setup. That you will see around doing the streaming. Of course, the photo finish camera, the Identity Links camera, all the systems at the network. Well, we've been fortunate that the NAPSAC organization for years has always been dedicated to improving the product that NAPSAC puts out there, and as a result, we see the schools starting to improve how they look and how they perform as well, not just looking good, but performing well, and those two things kind of tied in. We started with just purchasing one photo finish camera because, as you said, we recognize that for times to be recognized internationally, you have to have the correct equipment. The photo finish camera, for instance, has to go back to the makers every 3 years to be recertified. Actually, at the end of this season, it has to go back to be recertified, and this ensures that any times that we put forward can stand up internationally. So if there's a Carifta Games held in Barbados, we do what is called a zero gun test. We have to submit that picture and test to the governing body, and once they approve, then any records that are set at that meet will stand up internationally or regionally. So
excellent.
We then added on to that the display board, and the display board started out as something for the spectators more so, because we wanted the spectators to be more engaged. You know, when a record is announced by the announcer what the record is, they don't know what it is until somebody says. But now with the display board, from the time the flash time shows up, or even as the athlete is coming up the home stretch, they can see the time counting down, and that builds the excitement. And sometimes I know we recognize that it even pushes the athletes, because when they know the record and they can see it physically and they're running towards it, it gives them that extra push to try to break that record. So the display board came into play. The next thing that we would have purchase would have been the IdentiLinks camera, which is the smaller camera that you would generally see on the infield. That gives us a still photo of every child that passes the line, every athlete that passes the line. That gives us a still photo from the front view so that we can get their chest numbers and help identify them in our process of evaluating. The final piece of equipment that we purchased was the electronic start, which is now fully integrated into the house system. And that now allows for even more accurate times, because that is wirelessly connected to the photo finish machine. So there's no longer a human element with the gun.
With a gun.
That is electronic, and as soon as that trigger is full, we go.
Excellent. Under 13 boys first section, Kenny Neptune of Grisettes in 2, Davis of St. Lawrence in 3, from St. Luke's Brighton in 4, Hinkson, Warden of St. Bernard's in 5, Cox of Workman's in 6, and Smith of Holy Innocents in lane number 7. This is the first of 3 time finals for these lads. They're off and running. So on the outside is Smith, Holy Innocents. Right behind him, Cox of Workman's. You get a lot of looking around from these little ones.
Yes, they do. And they must remember that when they do that, you see that little guy looked up into the stands. That was probably his mom or dad.
Someone is probably shouting at him.
Yeah, but as they look away, it slows them down. They need to stay focused, head straight, and just keep working. And as they hit this 200 bend, this is where the 400 really becomes tough for these guys.
We can see that. This guy, Keyshawn Warden of St. Bernard's, primarily in the green and yellow. He's running there in lane 5, a big lad.
Big, strong looking lad.
Yes. Under 13. So he's taking charge right now and rolling out the turn into the straightaway. Still working his arms. Keyshawn Warden, 60 seconds on the clock. So he's looking to post a fast time. Bearing in mind 2 more sections are coming up. So it's Warden of St. Bernard's trying to hold off that lad from Grisettes, and he does so. 1:13.91 for Warden. And this is under 13. Of course, we know that the NAPSAC record is in the 50-something seconds.
Yes.
Ethan Hart.
Ethan.
Remember him in 2019. Of course, he was on the lips of everyone in Barbados. Understand that he didn't run at the Glow Sports.
No, he did not. No, he did not.
Maybe we'll see him in action come BSAC.
And he always bring back fond memories for me because every time a record is broken, I have to verify
Yes.
with the meet director. And every time I step out of the container we were at the stadium, I was getting a call saying, you need to come back.
Yes.
He's on the line.
Yes, 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 yes. So this guy, Warden of St. Bernard's, setting this mark at 1:13.91 for the first section of the boys 400 meters. I expect Mr. Gill to be returning. Of course, today, a day of inter-house sports. Christchurch Foundation will be having their sports, not here. Last Friday, we had several schools having sports around the island, one being here. So Thorne, Campbell, Jordan McKenzie, Aline, Lawrence, Gill, and Hazel John. These are the 6 guys going in the second section, and Ryan, they're chasing 1:13.91.
Yep, and we see the young lad from Holy Innocents going out fairly good in lane 2.
Well, but he probably knows what he has to do. It's all about running good times. I think the under-13s may have a better understanding of the time finals than the others. The others just run to beat each other.
Yes, and you can see them looking at one another as they come up, and the race is really between the two of them,
yes,
and not the time. But on the 13s, as you said, they run well, and I noticed that Luther Thorne and the 400s, both the boys and girls have been doing well as the Luther Thorne.
Well, here we see Gill. This is Tyler Gill of Luther Thorne. They're in lane number 6. So he's opening up here as they come into the straightaway. He's going to be challenged by Hazel John of Wesley Hall. So Tyler Gill keeping his form. That's what's required at the finish. Keep your form, keep those arms working, keep the legs, the knees coming up. And that's it for him. 1:05.56, a way better performance.
And you remember Hazel John would have dominated in the 800. So I think he may have given quite a bit in the 800 and not having enough in the tank to finish off this 400 as strong.
Correct.
But still coming second.
So 1:05.56, that's the magic number that they will have to go with. See if they can go faster than that in the third and final section. Ryan, we want to thank you for taking some time out. I know you're a busy man. You have to make sure that everything is working. But thanks for explaining to us some of what you do and some of what makes this event happen.
Thank you very much, Michael. Great being here with you. Enjoy the rest of the meet.
And the same to you, sir.
Right.
Great. So we are on to, this is a replay. Neil. We are at the under-13 boys third section. This is just a replay where we saw Tyler Gill of Luther Thorne running a good run, 1:05.56. That's actually a really good time for the under-13s. Average time that you would expect from this age group.
Yeah, definitely, Mike. And now we have on the track in this, the third of these time finals, out in lane number 7 from Workman's Primary, Kaimani Clark. Lane 6 from Wesley Hall Primary, Aiko Wharton. Lane 5 from St. Bernard's Primary, Amari Henry. Amir John of Hildesking Primary is in lane 4. Lane 3, we will see St. Lawrence's Primary, Malachi Sargent. And from Luther Thorne Memorial Primary, Reese Knight in lane number 2. So we just had a false start. They were called back. Let's see, Basil Cox, our starter par excellence.
4802 there. That's Amir John of Hildesking. We saw him earlier, didn't we?
Yes, we did, Mike. A very strong performance in the 800 meters. And he's back here. We'll see how he goes. And away they go. A clean start this time around.
We're going to keep our eyes on Reese Knight of Luther Thorne. They've been doing quite well in these sections. Both the girls and boys running good, and we can see the good form.
Also is Amari Henry, yes, in
Bernard's.
He's running quite well. So he's in front.
Sergeant of St. Lawrence Primary, he's in the mix as well here. So this is setting up to be a rather exciting finish.
Knight is in the lead now, definitely. That is Reese Knight of Luther Thorne Memorial Primary. Bouncing quite easily.
He's the leader. He looks really good.
Very relaxed form.
Good form.
Good form.
Look at that lad, Reese Knight.
And it's so good to see when these youngsters actually execute the races the coaches want them to.
Oh, yes.
And he's
so coming into the
smooth.
straightaway, this guy is looking very smooth and relaxed, but it's about how fast they can go. Of course, 59 seconds, 60 seconds on the clock. He doesn't seem phased whatsoever. Easy, nice and easy. And he will finish up now 107.
107 and change.
Well, actually 109.08, the time for him. So his teammate, Tyler Gill, from the previous section, will end up being the
I think they've got
victorious 105.56. That will give him the first place, the overall first place. And he will also be the record holder in this zone, the Wabisco Freida Nicholls zone.
Yeah,
so that will conclude our under 13 boys 400 meters. This is just a replay of that one, and we will then be moving into the 300 meters
for the under 11 girls. And as you said, this is a replay.
Remember, they were called back.
Yeah, they were.
So we can tell you a little about Freida Nicholls. She's a two-time Olympian. She competed in the Munich Olympics in '72, the Montreal Olympics in '76, and part of that 1972 team that went to Munich, there were 4 females. Marcia Trotman, who was one of our icons. She did the 200 and the 4x4. Heather Goodin was the youngest. She was 14 years old when she went to the Munich Olympics. I want to say good morning to Heather Goodin, not to be confused with Sheena Goodin's mother, who is also Heather Goodin. This is a different Heather Goodin, and I know she has been locked on. She's been watching, so I want to say good morning to her. And Barbara Bishop and Lorna Ford, those were the young ladies who represented Barbados at the Munich Olympic Games in 1972. Of course, Freida competed at several track and field events representing Barbados. She was national record holding the 100 meters at 14 years old. Yes. Commonwealth Games semi-finalist in Edmonton in 1978.
I think she held the record in 100 for 14 years. Yeah.
When she was 14. Wow, amazing. She was twice named Athlete of the Year in Barbados in 1978 and 79. So her sheet is long, a long sheet.
Yes.
So the 300 meters for the under 11 girls getting ready to go.
Yeah, we have in lane number 2 from Wesley Hall Primary, Ariane Watson. Lane 3 from Workman's Primary, Dineri Bovell. Lane 4 from St. Lawrence Primary, Jada Nurse. Representing Grisette's Primary in lane number 5 is Tiara Lloyd. Lane 6 from St. Bernard's Primary, Jendeyi Gibson. And in lane number 7, Tia Dorn from Hildeskeen Primary. These are the athletes. These are the athletes in this, the first of these 3-time finals. And we're just taking a look here, just some as they go down for the start. And away they go for this, a clean start this time around. It is Watson, Bovell, Nurse, Lloyd, Gibson, and Dorn. They've completed that first 100 meters, and looks like Tia Dorn of Hildeskeen Primary, she's up front. She's away and quite comfortably as well, striding out. Her form is also very good. Coming with a run from Grisette's Primary is Tiara Lloyd in the middle of the track. She can see all the actions going on the outside, but there's no doubt about the leader, Tia Dorn. She has good form, striding out well. And she should take this first event. It's Tia Dorn of Hildeskeen Primary winning this first event. Unofficially, we see 53.59. So that's Tia Dorn of Hildeskeen Primary. Second was Arian Watson. And in third, Tiara Lloyd of Grisette's Primary. So that's the first of these timed finals. And you can still see the young ladies smiling with each other. And it's just good camaraderie. So 53.59 was the first time for these ladies. And they all went quite well. So you can see her as the replay. I think she knew she had the race sewn up. She was just running for time. Okay, moving on now to the second of these three-time finals. And let's welcome on the track. We have in lane number 7, Zawadi Cox of St. Bernard's Primary. In lane 6, from Workman's Primary, Destine Lithcott. In lane 5, from Hildeskeen Primary, Rashana Holder. Lane 4, from Holy Innocents Primary, Nayari Carter. In lane number 3, from St. Luke's Brighton, Chanel Butcher. And in lane number 2, from Luther Thorne Memorial Primary, Desiree Grant. And they're off running. And it is Rashana Holder. She's up front from Hildeskeen Primary. She's running well. Yes, she wants to get pretty close to that 53.59 time of her teammate, Tiara Dorn. Coming off the bend. We see some action happening now in lane 2. That's Desiree Grant. She's seeing Holder buckling under the pressure, and it's going to be a good race. Grant of Luther Thorne, she's running hard. Will she catch her? She thinks she may have done enough. Yeah, Desiree Grant. The time 56.15. Second was Butcher. I can see there. 56.15 is the time for Desiree Grant. And she is in 50, that's the time of 56.15, and she's from Luther Thorne Memorial Primary. And she timed the race to perfection. As we take a look at the replay, she's not yet in the frame, as we saw Rashana Holder of Hildeskeen, but she bided her time and she came with one sweeping run, and she just nipped Holder on the line. A good run. We're moving now on to the final of these three-time finals. And we have in lane number 7, Zanaya Phillips of Holy Innocents Primary. In lane 6, from Luther Thorne Memorial Primary, Takara Thorpe. In lane 5, from St. Luke's Brighton, Yoshina Greenwich. Lane 4, from St. Lawrence Primary, Christina Chase. In lane 4, lane 3, from Wesley Hall Primary, Soraya Carter. And lane 2, from Grisette's Primary, Javia Bovell. And they're chasing that time of 53.59 seconds, which is the fastest time so far. And they're off and running. Bovell, Carter, Chase, Greenwich, Thorpe, and Phillips. And we can see Zanaya Phillips. She's running really hard out in lane number 7. She may still be in the lead as they run with just about 150-odd meters to go. She's running well. In lane 3, also running well, is Soraya Carter of Wesley Hall Primary. She's the one who's in the lead now as she comes off the bend. Arms pumping, striding out. Soraya Carter of Wesley Hall Primary. Coming with a run on the outside is Takara Thorpe of Luther Thorne Memorial, but she's not going to catch her. It's all done and dusted. In lane 3 in a time of 56.73, Saraya Carter of Wesley Hall Primary. She won that race, so we can say the winner and the new record holder in this the Wabisco Freida Nicholls zone is Tiara Dorn of Hildesheim Primary in a time of 53.59 seconds. And now we're seeing the replay of this race, and so Raya Carter, she won that. In second position was Zanaya Phillips of Holy Innocents Primary. Next up on the track, we'll see the young men. It's the turn of the under 11 boys going 300 meters in lane number 1. From Hildesheim Primary, Amari Lord. Lane 2 from Holy Innocents Primary, Kadeem Bab. Lane 3 from Hilltop Preparatory. That is in lane 3, yes, from Hilltop. It's Christian Whitehall. Lane 4 from Grisette's Primary, Caden Critchlow. Lane 5, Jay Goodridge of St. Lawrence Primary. Lane 6, Cristiano McConney of Wesley Hall Primary. And lane 7 from Luther Thorne Memorial Primary, Keon Plummer. They're on the starters' orders. Oh, and the young man there from in lane number 3, Christian Whitehall, he was a little anxious. I think this is the first time we're seeing Hilltop for the morning. That's Christian Whitehall. Preparatory. And they're off and running. It's a good clean start this time around. Lord, Bab, Whitehall, Critchlow, Goodridge, McConney, and Plummer. And they're coming down the stretch for the first time. And yeah, it's this young man from Hilltop Primary, Christian Whitehall. He's up front. He can see everything that is happening on his outside. So it's Whitehall of Hilltop up front. As he comes into the bend on the outside, and from Wesley Hall Primary is Cristiano McConney. So McConney assumes the lead, and he's running on strongly. And Cristiano McConney of Wesley Hall wins it in 51.59 seconds. Second from Hilltop is Christian Whitehall. So we can safely say that McConney has the best time thus far in this, the Wabisco Freida Nicholls zone. 51.59 seconds. This is the first of the 3-time finals. And we take a look at the replay here. And where we saw a young man from Hilltop going out quite strong, but with a hop, skip, and a jump, McConney of Wesley Hall took the lead, took command of the race, and ran away an easy winner in the end. On the track, we have now the second of these 3-time finals. Lane 2, we see Malik Harper from Workman's Primary. Lane 3, Aidan Byer of St. Luke's Brighton. Lane 4, Kimani Carter of Wesley Hall Primary. Lane 5, Daniel Licorice representing Luther Thorne Memorial. Lane 6, another Kimani. This is Kimani Hurdle of Hildesheim. And in lane 7, another Kimani. This is Kimani Gittins of St. Bernard's Primary. And we can see Kimani Hurdle. This is the young man who appeared his red headband and running strong here. Kimani hurdle of Hildesteen Primary. Now trying to relax as he comes off the bend. He's getting some competition now on the other Kimani. That's Kimani Carter of Wesley Hall Primary. So Carter has him in his sights. So there's Carter from hurdle. The two Kimanis. Carter and hurdle. Hurdle just feeling a bit of pressure on the inside, but he's done the deed. That's Kimani hurdle of Hildesteen Primary, your winner in a flash time of 50.47 seconds. Second was the other Kimani Carter of Wesley Hall Primary, and Malik Harper ran third. So it's a good run there by Kimani Hurdle. And he goes to the top of the list with the fastest time. That's Kimani Hurdle, 50.47. And you can see here from the replay, he knew pretty much that what he had to do, which was to go out and run a strong race. Felt the competition from Carter, but then he kicked on with just about 30 meters to go and won quite easily in the end. We move on now to the final section, the third of these three-time finals. And we have in lane number 7, Jashane Ballas Walcott representing Grisette's Primary. In lane 6 from Workman's Primary, Kijani Worrell. Lane 5 from St. Luke's Brighton, Najari Boyce. Lane 4, Jerome Rock from St. Bernard's Primary. Lane 3 from Holy Innocents, Jaren Staber. And in lane number 2 from St. Lawrence Primary, Ardile Cockburn. Lane 2. They're off and running. Ballas Walcott, Worrell, Boyce, Rock, Staber, and Cockburn. And they completed the first 100 meters. We can see from Workman's Primary, Kijani Worrell. He's taken over the lead. On his outside is Jashane Ballas Walcott. And he's running strong, coming through. It's from St. Luke's Brighton. Najari Boyce is also running well as they straighten up. And it is Kijani Worrell from Workman's Primary running strong. Also running strong in lane 2 is Cockburn from St. Lawrence Primary. Does he have enough? It is Kijani Worrell. Worrell wins it in the end. Time of 53.60. Not doing enough to dethrone Kimani Hurdle of Hildesteen, who will be the champion in the under 11 boys 300 meters in a time of 50.47 seconds. That completes the under 11 boys. As we now go and we take the replay. Here we see running quite well, young man there from Workman's Primary, and he ran a very spirited race. Next on the track, we should be seeing it's the turn of the under 13 girls, 100 meters. And these will be the big girls, the seniors. We'll see them on the track, as well as the boys equivalent. And it's a good day, a beautiful day here at the Usain Bolt complex. high jump is also going on. You see a good jump there from the young man from Wesley Hall Primary. Always good to shout out to all of our officials. They're doing a wonderful job. It's a young man, good jump there from young man there from Luther Thorne Memorial. So they're clearing this. It looks like the early stages of the boys' open high jump. And it's a repeat of the high jump. Yeah, very good jump there. So we are waiting the under 13 boys. I was begging pardon, the under 13 girls. 100 meters. There. You can see that they're also going out. It looks like the standing broad jump for the under 7s. Man there, hey, from he looks as though he was attempting to step over the bar there from it's a young man there from Hilda Skiing. Yes, you'll have to go and do it again. Figures he should be able to get over this height. Remember this is pretty much a new zone, so all of the times recorded today will be records. Nice. Oh, hard luck there. Just brushing the bars he went over. And it's a good run up. And he was almost over and just brushed it there. Oh, yes, he got it over this time. That's the first of the Hilda Skiing jumpers. He got over his, and I think his teammate had a knockover as well. I want to say good morning to all those who are following on YouTube as well. All of our supporters, we value your comments, and as we see, what looks like the under 13 girls making their way to the starting line. The under 13 girls, as we share the high jump, and he's looking a little frustrated there. As he's taking a look. I think he may have one more jump as the young ladies make their way to the start. They're waving to the supporters. Here we see the all waving. Back out to the high jump. Cricket ball throw is also going on, and that looks like the under 13 boys cricket ball throw, as well as the open boys high jump. These two events are going on simultaneously. And we don't have the height here, but you can see that they are measuring and just making sure that everything is going well. You see, not missing much here. Nothing is going on the track at the moment, so we're just focusing here on some high jump as the young ladies now prepare themselves to participate in this, the first of the 3-time finals in the 100 meters. And they're just sorting themselves out. Brighton Tanjika Hall, lane 6 from Grisette's Primary, Alyssa Bishop Trotman, and in lane number 7 from Wesley Hall School, Shania Carrington. 6 young ladies on the track. Just as he said that, the starter just moves away. I guess he's just trying to make sure that all his equipment is working well. It's a breezy day here at the Usain Bolt Complex. Yes, as Renisa comes up and she acknowledges the cheers of her supporters. Lane 3 from Holy Innocents, Jakaya Williams. Oh, she's telling Renisa something there. It looks as though she's telling her, I am here to participate and run well. Lane 4 from St. Bernard's Primary, Demaya Ford. Lane 5 is the Tanjika Hall of St. Luke's Brighton. In lane 7, Alyssa Bishop Trotman of Grisette's Primary. And lane 7, Shania Carrington of Wesley Hall Primary. Always good to see these athletes in some healthy banter. On the starters' orders. And it's a false start. I think they're trying to get their attention. Yes, it's a false start there. It looked as though, well, you can't pick up from here who would have jumped the gun. They were well on their way down the stretch. Let's see which card will be shown here. Oh. Don't want to speculate here, but we're going to see what happens. Which card will they be shown? Okay, well, seems as though everything is okay. They're on the starters' orders again. Okay, I'm seeing they're now speaking to the young lady Renisa Holder in lane 2. There's something about her start. Let's see here. What was the problem? She just twitched a bit. Yeah, she just moved. Well, they have to be absolutely still when they're on the line. And here we don't have the blocks with the technology of the motion in the starters blocks, but you know, in international competition, you know, if they twitch at all, it's almost an automatic disqualification. And we see our starter just trying to get them to settle. You know, Jamar Brown with them, just getting them to relax. Can also be hearing the crowd, the noise from the crowd could be throwing them off as well. The young lady from St. Bernard's Primary with her hands folded across her chest, Demaya Ford. She's there saying, come on, let's go. I need to show some speed here. For the third time, they're on the starter's orders. And it's a better start this time around. That's Shania Carrington from Wesley Hall Primary. She's running hard, also doing well as Renisa Holder of Hildeskeen. And it's a close race at the end. It looks like Shania Carrington may have just got home. Carrington may have just held on. Yes, Shania Carrington of Wesley Hall in a time of 14.04 seconds. And that's a good run. I think probably be one of the fastest times for the championships. That's Shania Carrington running there out in lane number 7 from Wesley Hall Primary. Yeah, very good run. Second was Renisa Holder of Hildeskeen Primary. So taking that one was Shania Carrington of Wesley Hall in a time of 14.04 seconds. Let's move on now to the second of these time finals. As we see in lane 2, Shania Phillips of St. Bernard's Primary. Lane 3 from Workman's Primary, Brianna Headley. In lane 4 from Holy Innocents Primary, Misha Nichols. She's in lane 4. In lane 5, representing Luther Thorne Memorial Primary, Haley Marsh. Lane 6 from St. Lawrence Primary, it's Jaden Arthur. And in lane number 7, Josiah Ford of Wesley Hall Primary. We have our 6 competitors. And now we're looking at this time of 14.04 seconds set by Shania Carrington in the previous flight. As we see the under 13 boys making their way out to the track. And they now go down. And they're off and running. And we can see Ford of Wesley Hall. Oh, Wesley Hall, they've come to run today. Also running well, it's Haley Marsh of Luther Thorne Memorial, but she's not going to get back on terms with Josiah Ford of Wesley Hall Primary winning this one. So that's a Wesley Hall 1-2. Yeah, Josiah Ford of Wesley Hall taking that one in an unofficial time of 14.76 seconds. Not as quick as her teammate, Carrington, but it was a very, very strong run. She was getting some competition from Haley Marsh, who got a slow start, but she made up a lot of ground. And in the end, it was quite comfortable for Josiah Ford of Wesley Hall Primary. As we see the spectators here, it looks like the team from Hildeskeen Primary, as they're all in. They have their horns and their drums and cymbals. As we move on now to the final section, this is the final section here. In lane number 2 from St. Luke's Brighton is Keandra Gay. Lane 3, Jada Scott from Hildeskeen Primary. Lane 4, Crystal Danraj from St. Lawrence Primary. Running unattached is Makina Williams in lane 5. Lane 6, Brianna White from Luther Thorne Memorial. And lane 7, Kyara McGarry of Grisette's Primary. And here we see Jada Scott. We saw her earlier running the 800, and she's powering away. Jada Scott from Hilda Skeen in a very good time. Unofficially 14.01. If that time holds, she will be the new champion in the under 13 girls. Let's see the times. Unofficially 14.01. Scott, she got a very good start, and her form and technique, and she powered away. And young Scott, I remember her when she was in the under 7 and under 9, I think it was. She was always one to watch, and she's come here today and put it all together. So unofficially, your new record holder for this, the under 13 girls 100 meters, goes to Jada Scott of Hilda Skeen in a time of 14.01 seconds. Second, we would have seen Wesley Hall's Shania Carrington in 14.04, and in third, also from Wesley Hall, in a time of 14.76, Josiah Ford. Now it's the turn of the young men. They're on the line. And they're off and running. This is Zachary Griffith in lane 2 from Wesley Hall. Ruben Thorne is running well in lane 3, but on the outside from Luther Thorne Memorial Primary, it is Tyler Gill. Tyler Gill runs a time of 13.28, and he ran that quite easily. Tyler Gill from Luther Thorne Memorial Primary. And also in that event, Zane Gaskin of St. Luke's Brighton, Darian Allen of St. Bernard's Primary, and Ramon Cox of Workman's Primary. So Tyler Gill here, as we can see it, Zachary Griffith ran well to be second. With a time of 13.28 seconds, the winner, Tyler Gill. So move on now to the second of these time finals. In lane number 2 from St. Lawrence Primary, Jalen King. Lane 3 from Luther Thorne Memorial Primary, Caleb Davis. In lane 4 from Wesley Hall Primary, Rajan Ford. Lane 5, Dallison Bess of Workman's Primary. In lane 6 from Hilda Skeen Primary, DeMarco Luke. And in lane number 7 from Grisette's Primary, Jacoby Jordan McKenzie. And they're off and running. Oh, you could see the young man is there from Workman, just try to veer in, but in the middle, we can see that looks like Rajan Ford of Wesley Hall Primary. Oh, that's very close. Rajan Ford of Wesley Hall Primary and Caleb Davis of Luther Thorne Memorial Primary, they went by together, and his time is 13.26, just ahead of Tyler Gill. So we have Rajan Ford of Wesley Hall winning this, the second of these 3-time finals, and he powered away. And he just won there. That's a good run. As we see some of the parents who've taken some time out to come to support these young budding athletes. And they are now on to the final section. And as they line up, remember they are now going to be chasing Rajan Ford's time of 13.26. And lane 2 from St. Lawrence Primary, that's Malachi Sargent. Lane 3 from Grisette's Primary, Kenny Neptune. In lane 4 from St. Bernard's Primary, Omari McLean. Lane 5 from St. Luke's Brighton, Shane Barton. In lane number 6 from Holy Innocents, that's Zadari Scantleberry. And out in lane number 7 from Hildeskeen Primary, Matthew Rock. The times have been very close thus far. 13.28 and 13.26. Let's see what will happen here. And they're off and running. Good clean start. Looks like Rock of Hildeskeen maybe up front, also doing quite well. In lane number 2 from St. Lawrence Primary, Malachi Sargent. Malachi Sargent, your winner. This looks, that's a good run there by young Malachi Sargent. He's smiling as he gets a celebratory hug from his colleagues. That is Malachi Sargent in a time of 13.87 seconds. So it's safe to say then that Regin Ford of Wesley Hall Primary will be a winner in 13.26 seconds. Second would have been Tyler Gill of Luther Thorne Memorial Primary in 13.28 seconds. As we move on now to the first of the time finals for the under 11 division this time, and here we go with our starters. In lane 2, Danelle Joe of Holy Innocents Primary. Lane 3, Tamara Aline of Luther Thorne Memorial. In lane 4 from Hildeskeen Primary, that's Anira Pollard. In lane 5 from St. Bernard's Primary, that's Jendai Gibson. Lane 6, we will see St. Lawrence's Primary's Khaleesi Walcott. And in lane number 7, Kiana Small of Wesley Hall. And oh, here we see some interference. Ooh, that is, we will see what will happen here. Looks like the young lady in lane 2 ended up in lane 3. We will see what happens here. The officials will have to sort that one out. Let's see here from the replay. There she goes in lane 2. But then she comes across into lane 3, impeding Tamara Aline of Luther Thorne. And she continues running in lane 3. So you'll see how that goes for the... And I think probably we would have had Kiana Small. She may be the one to benefit from this. Looks like it could have been a disqualification, but we'll leave that to the judges. Now on to the second of these 3-time finals, and in lane 2 from Holy Innocents is Elizabeth Canoville. Lane 3 from Grisette's Primary, Renaya Cox. Lane 4 we see Zalika Miller-Taylor from Lawrence, from that is Luther Thorne Memorial. Faith Bailey from St. Luke's Brighton is in lane 5. Lane 6 from Workman's Primary, Alicia Wiltshire. And in lane 7 from Wesley Hall Primary is Calicia Martin Holder. And they're off and running. Athletes are running, but it's a false start. Yes, the officials call them back. It will be a recall here. The athletes were well on the field. Oh, we see the young lady Calicia Martin Holder of Wesley Hall just jumping the gun a bit. Yeah, let's see what will happen here. Okay, they go down on the starters again. Called back up. Just waiting to see them. They go down. And they're off and running. Canoville, Cox, Miller-Taylor, Bailey, Wilshire, and Martin Holder. And It looks like Renaya Cox of Grisette's Primary. She's running hard and running well in lane 3. She wins this one. 15.66 is the flash time. That is Renaya Cox of Grisette's Primary. Taking this, the second race, 15.65. In second position looks like Zalika Miller-Taylor of Luther Thorne Memorial Primary. Yeah. 15.66, that was the time set there by young Cox of Grisette's Primary. We move on now to the third of these 3-time finals. And Cox was away like a bullet from a gun, and she just took a cursory look there over her shoulder just to see if the competition was coming, and nothing was there, and she won that one easily. Now we move on to the third and final flight. In lane number 2, Amira Watson of Workman's Primary. Lane 3 will see Tiara Lloyd of Grisette's Primary. In lane 4 from Hilda Scheme Primary is Rashana Holder. Lane 5 from St. Bernard's Primary, that's Zawadi Cox. Lane 6 from St. Luke's Brighton, Chanel Butcher. And in lane number 7 from St. Lawrence Primary, Christina Chase. As we can see, or long-serving Basil Cox as our starter. Just showing Myra Watson and the entire field, you know, the way they should run. You know, they'll be, I guess what's a little confusing is that when they go down and they start to run, they go from their respective lane, cross the line, cross the other color. So if they're starting in blue, they cross the yellow, then have to run back into blue, into yellow. So it could be a little confusing. You see here now our other starter, Mr. Brown, just showing it looks like from Grisette's Primary, Tiara Lloyd, where she should be running. Yep. There we go. And they're down. And they're off. And oh, it's a bump there. Oh, wow. It's a little spill there. This allows from St. Luke's Brighton, Chanel Butcher to benefit from this, and she wins it in 16.30 seconds. We'll have a inquiry into the running of that race. Where we saw Tiara Lloyd in lane 3. She impeded the path of Rashana Holder of Hilda Scheme, causing Holder to take a spill. So let's see what will happen here. Let's see, she comes across from lane 3 into lane 4 and trips young Holder there. And she got up and she started to run again. And by then, Chanel Butcher of St. Luke's Brighton was already on their way. So this the under 11 girls, a lot of spills and thrills, but we will see how the officials will handle this. And let me see if I can quickly give you some points. Points just coming to hand in the boys division. In 10th position with 1 point is St. Luke's Brighton. In lane 9, in position number 9, Hill Top with 5 points. In 8th, it's Holy Innocents with 11. In 7th position from St. Bernard's Primary with 17 points. With 18 points is Workman's Primary. In 5th, Grisette's Primary with 30 points. In 4th position with 36 points, St. Lawrence Primary. In 3rd position with 47 points, Luther Thorne Memorial. And 2nd in the boys, Hilda Scheme Primary with 106 points. And out front with 119 points, Wesley Hall Primary. And they're up front in the boys division. In the girls, in ninth position with 11 points, Workman's Primary. In eighth with 18 points, St. Luke's Brighton. In seventh with 25 points, St. Lawrence Primary. In position number 6 with 36 points is Holy Innocents Primary. In position 5, it's St. Bernard's Primary with 41 points. Sitting in third is a tie with 46 points. Teams Luther Thorne Memorial Primary and Grisette's Primary, they are sitting with 46 points. In second position with 87 points, Wesley Hall Primary. And out front, leading the girls with 116 points, Hilda Skeen Primary. So Hilda Skeen is up front in the girls division with 116, and while they're second in the boys with 106. And Wesley Hall, they're leading the boys with 119 and second in the girls with 87 points. So we can see that Hilda Skeen, Wesley Hall, they're trading punches, as you would say. Doing quite well here in the Wabisco Freida Nicholls zone. Lane 3, Kajari Gittins of the Yards. Lane 4 from Workman's Primary, that's Kijani Whirl. In lane 4, lane 5 from Grisette's Primary, Jashane Ballas Walcott. Lane 6 from Luther Thorne Memorial, Jaheim Daisley. And out in lane number 7, Jaren Staber of Holy Innocents Primary. They're down on the starters' orders. And they're off and running. In lane 1, it's Amir Quimby running well, but getting some competition from Jaheim Daisley of Luther Thorne. Oh, it's a very quick time there as well, 14.51. Flash time. Looks like Amir Quimby of Hilda Skeen. They've just done enough. Yes, 13.51. Second was Jaheim Daisley of Luther Thorne. So Hilda Skeen picking up some more points. Well, I beg your pardon. That's the first of the 3-time finals. The time was 14.51 seconds. So this young man, we hoping that his time will allow him to be picking up the points for Hilda Skeen. And we move on now to the second of these time finals. In lane 2, Liam Payne of St. Luke's Brighton. Okay. St. Luke's Brighton, Liam Payne in lane 2. In lane 3, Kimani Beckles of St. Lawrence Primary. Lane 4 is empty. That was there. In lane 5, a Corey Kinch of Holy Innocents. Lane 6 from Hilda Skeen, Kimani Hurdle. And in lane 7, from Hilltop, Christian Whitehall. And they're off, and we're seeing the same thing here. This young man from St. Lawrence just came right out into lane number 4, but from Hilltop, Christian Whitehall, he's running strong. Hilltop, Christian Whitehall in a flash time of 14.23 seconds, wins this second of these time finals. And he representing Hilltop. And he ran well. We saw here the young man from St. Lawrence Primary, Kimani Beckles, went right out into lane number, he originally was in lane 3, crossed over into lane number 5. Okay. So I guess we will see this. We will see this in these younger. You may forgive them. There he goes right over into lane 5 and interfered. Oh man, there. But not being obstructed was Christian Whitehall, who came home in 14.23 seconds, and that's now our fastest time. So now on to the third of these time finals in lane number 2 from Workman's Primary, Malik Harper. Lane 3 from St. Lawrence Primary, Ardell Cockburn. In lane 4 from Luther Thorne Memorial, just Josiah Roberts. Lane 5 from Wesley Hall, Shamario Jemmett. Lane 6, Rosette's Primaries, Diary O'Connor. And out in lane number 7 from St. Luke's Brighton, Aidan Breyer. And we have from Wesley Hall, Shamario Jemmett. Jemmett gets home in 15.09 seconds. That's from Wesley Hall, Shamario Jemmett, in a flash time of 15.09 seconds. So, again, we see an eventful 100 meters. And so far, it's been quite interesting. So 14.23 seconds set by Christian Whitehall of Hilltop will be your winner of the under 11 boys 100 meters. And we just got word that the girls, one of the young ladies will get their chance to really go and show what they're really worth. So here we see, this is Amir Quimby. I remember young Quimby, 14.51 from Hilda Skiing. He won his heat, 14.51 seconds. As we looking to take in some long jump. This looks like the under 11 boys. Young man here from Wesley Hall coming through to do his jump. Gets the white flag. It's a fair jump. Also going on to be the cricket ball throw. This looks like the under 11s, the under 11 girls. See the head judge there, Mr. Maskell, calling out some, giving them their positions to throw. These young ladies not taking they're just taking 2 steps and a throw. So let's see what's under 11 girls. They recorded their throws. Here at the Wabisco Freida Nicholls zone of NAPSAC 2023. This young lady here coming out from Holy Innocents. She runs up. Oh, that's a good throw. Maybe small in stature, but very strong throw. Rosette's Primary, she steps up and It's a throw. And they trying their best here at the Usain Bolt. Remember, our leaders at the moment in the girls will be Hilda Skeen Primary with 116 points, and leading the boys with Wesley Hall Primary with 119. And then we can switch in second position in the girls, Wesley Hall Primary with 87, and in the boys, Hilda Skeen with 106. So you see, there's a lot of jostling for position here between these two schools. Also here today would be Workman's Primary, St. Luke's Brighton, St. Lawrence Primary, Holy Innocent, St. Bernard's, Luther Thorne Memorial, Grisette's Primary, Wesley Hall, and Hilda Skeen. Here are the schools representing here. Also Hilltop. And we have an athlete who's participating unattached as well. There's a foul jump there by the young man from Luther Thorne Memorial. And coming through some results coming to hand as we take a quick look here. In the under 7 girls 50 meters, winning this event was Teje Boucher of Hilda Skeen in a time of 9.45 seconds. Second was Shania Scanterbury of Grisette's Primary in 9.67 seconds. And third, Soraya Maynard of Holy Innocents in 9.85 seconds. In the under 7 boys 50 meters, in third position was from Luther Thorne Memorial. This is Akiri Miller Leon in a time of 9.38 seconds. Second was Kazari Jordan of Wesley Hall, and winning the under 7 boys in a time of 9.17 seconds was Rosari Mears of Workman's Primary. As we see here now, it looks like the young ladies who are going to come back. This is the under 11 girls, it looks like. I don't want to give any misinformation. Looks like the under 11 girls. Yep. That's definitely this was the third of the 3-time finals for the under 11 girls. So they're going to run here in lane 2 from Workman's Primary, Amira Watson. Lane 3 from Grisette's Primary, Tiara Lloyd. In lane 4 from Hilda Skeen is Rashana Holder. She's running there in lane 4. It's all bandaged up after her fall. If we can see here another repeat. The replay, there she took a nasty fall there. But she got up and tried her best again. So they're going to have this race. Again, in lane 5 from St. Bernard's Primary, that's Zawadi Cox. In lane 6 from St. Luke's Brighton, Chanel Butcher. And in lane number 7, Christina Chase of St. Lawrence Primary. As we can see, the officials are just trying to get everything straightened out. You can see Mr. Blades is going out there to have a quick word with the young ladies. Pull them off just showing them something. Okay, so let's get back then to the to the cricket ball throw. The young lady here from Grisette's Primary is a good throw. All right, I was in the middle of giving some results. In the under 9 80 meters, in third position from St. Luke's Brighton, that's Deshea Thompson. Second from Hildeskein Primary, that's Sakiri Small with 13.43 seconds. And winning the under 9 girls 80 meters from St. Bernard's Primary, that's Omora Aline in a time of 13.03 seconds. The under 9 boys, we have in third position from Wesley Hall Primary, Damon Clark. In second was from Luther Thorne Primary, Giovanni Edwards, and winning the under 9 boys in a time of 13.24 seconds, Thierry Green. So Thierry Green winning in 13.24 seconds. We just want to confirm something here, which just popped up on our screen. In the under 11s, the under 11 girls, in the 300 meters, in third position from Hildeskein, Rashana Holder in a time of 56.50 seconds. Second went to Luther Thorne Memorial's Desiree Grant, 56.16, and winning the under 11 girls 300 meters in a time of 53.61 seconds from Hildeskein Primary, Tia Dorn. Then we have also the under 11 boys 300. In third position from Wesley Hall Primary, Kimani Carter, 52.09. Second, his teammate, Cristiano McConney, running a time of 51.58 seconds. And winning the under 11 boys 300 meters in a time of 50.49 seconds from Hildeskein Primary, Kimani Hurdle. So here we see our results thus far. As we take in the action from the cricket ball throw. Oh, that looks like a foul throw, just overstepping the board there. Also, now coming to hand, we want to thank our technical crew, just giving us some more results. Coming to hand here in the under 13 girls 400 meters in third position from Luther Thorne Memorial, Haley Marsh. Second, in the time of 1 minute 13.38 seconds from St. Bernard's Primary, Zakia Goddard. And winning the under 13 girls 400 in the time of 1 minute and 11 seconds from Luther Thorne Memorial, Brianna White. So we have that. And then in the under 13 boys 400 in third position, Reese Knight of Luther Thorne Memorial in a time of 1:07.80. Second, Wesley Hall Primary's Isaiah Hazel John in 1 minute 7 seconds, 0.45, and winning the under 13 boys in a time of 1 minute and 5 seconds from Luther Thorne, Tyler Gill. So we have here some results here also coming up. And we have the girls 600 meters. The open girls 600 running in third position, Zakiah Goddard from St. Bernard's. Second was Adriana Louis from Wesley Hall. And winning the open girls 600 meters, Jada Scott of Hildeskein in a time of 2 minutes, 0.24 seconds. And we have the 800 meters open for the boys. In third position from St. Bernard's Primary was Amari Henry. Second was Jadil Blunt of Wesley Hall Primary. And winning the open boys 800 meters, Isaiah Hazel John in a time of 2 minutes, 40.12 seconds. So that's all we have here in terms of results thus far. And as we take a look, the long jump. Oh, it was a foul jump there by the athlete from Luther Thorne. And we see now the points coming up here, where we see Hilda Skeen now has 132 points in the girls, and they're maintaining that lead. So I will give you the girls from the bottom when we come up. In 9th position with 11 points, Workman's Primary. In 8th position, St. Luke's Brighton with 19 points. In 7th with 25 points, the team from St. Lawrence Primary. In 6th with 36 points, Holy Innocents. In 5th position with 41 points, the team from St. Bernard's Primary. In 4th with 46 points, Grisette's Primary. In 3rd position with 53 points, Luther Thorne Memorial. In 2nd position with 99 points, Wesley Hall Primary. And out front in the girls with 132 points, Team Hilda Skeen. That's the girls. And in the boys category, in 10th with 1 point, St. Luke's Brighton. In 9th, we have Hilltop. In 8th, with Holy Innocents with 14 points. There's a tie for 6th position between St. Bernard's Primary and Workman's Primary with 22 points. In 5th, Grisette's Primary with 34 points. 4th goes to St. Lawrence Primary with 43 points. In 3rd position, Luther Thorne with 78 points. And 2nd in the boys will be Team Hilda Skeen with 115 points. And out front, in the boys, it will be Wesley Hall Primary with 170 points. So, yeah, they're still trading positions in both the boys and the girls. Hilda Skeen in the girls and Wesley Hall in the boys. And we can see that thus far, Wesley Hall has amassed 55 points in the boys. In the boys department, they amassed 55 points in the sprints and 93 points in the field. So they're doing significantly better in the field events. That's Wesley Hall. And you know, we would be showing a lot more track events, but here we get to see, to soak up some the field events. That looks like the young man from St. Lawrence Primary. It's a decent jump. Look here, the crowd on the eastern side, they've built significantly during the day. You know, a lot of the supporters come to see the sprint relays. Oh, that's a good throw. The young lady from Wesley Hall. Yeah. They're doing quite well here in the Wabisco Freida Nicholls Zone 2023. Yeah, just taking a little break from the track action to take in the field events. So this is a welcome for some who really don't get a chance to be in the spotlight. It's a young lady from Hilda Skeen with a good throw. She just throws and walked away, flexing her muscles. Stand and throw. Looks like the young lady from St. Bernard's, and yeah, okay. The young lady here now from looks like Holy Innocents, could be. She's good. Let's get a lot of height on that one. Distance may not be that much, but definitely the height is there. As we just been informed that the competitors have just been taken off the track, and they will return momentarily. Some good competition we've had thus far. We've seen Jada Scott of Hilda's skiing doing well. Also doing well was Tyler Gill of Luther Thorne Memorial. Also doing well from St. Bernard's Primary, Omara Aline. Rosari Mears of Workman's Primary. He won the under-7 boys 50 meters. And winning the under-7 girls equivalent was Teja Boucher of Hilda Skiing Primary. And these athletes here doing really well, representing their schools. Some pretty decent times as well. I'm now being shown here, Crane Resort Hilda Skiing. I want to thank all the corporate Barbados for assisting with some of the sponsorship for our schools. You know, we can't always rely on funds from the government, but we get some assistance from the corporate Barbados, and we can see Crane Resort coming out and supporting Hilda Skiing here, and they're well decked out in their uniforms, and we want to thank them for their support. As we now just go over to the sand pit, the long jump pit. There we can see that it looks like one more athlete to go. He's just biding his time. It's a beautiful day here, a breezy day here at the Usain Bolt complex. The crowd is a decent crowd. The supporters are also doing their number in the western stand. And we can see the banners flying in the breeze as the athletes return to the track. I think they got it sorted out. Let's see what we'll have on the track. Again, the officials are doing a wonderful job. I know you can see it led by Mr. Julian Pierre. Kudos to the young man. I know he worked so hard and making sure that things are on stream. Kudos to Mr. Pierre. Mr. Jasper Blades as well. He also has his hand in the, I think one is the assistant meet director is Mr. Blades, is that correct? Okay. We have here in so we're just taking a look as they're up here. Remember, moving from the zone to the semifinals in the 50 meters, 80, 100, 150, 200, 300, and 400 meters. It will be the top finishers in each zone, then 8, which will be 8, then the next 8 fastest times overall will advance to the semifinal. And let's see who we have here on the track. This looks like the under 9s, yes. The under 9 girls, they will have their time in the spotlight now. This is the first of 3 time finals. They're going 100 meters. In lane 2 from St. Luke's Brighton, Chantal Gale. Lane 3 from Holy Innocents, that is Raviana Thorne. Lane 4 from Luther Thorne Memorial, Naisha Rudolph. In lane 5 from Hildesheim Primary, Sakari Small. Lane 6 we will see from St. Bernard's Primary, Omora Aline, already victorious for the day. And in lane number 7 from Workman's Primary, Jatara Clark, as the athletes are being shown how they should run, staying in their lanes. Now we, as part of our development, you see the cones come out. Now for the under 9s, show them how they will, or how they should run and maintain their lanes. And waving to the crowd is young Omara Aline from St. Bernard's Primary. This is the under 9 girls. 100 meters. I can see now being joined by a young man I have quite a lot of respect for. I say good afternoon to Mr. Perry Barnett. Perry, how are you doing this afternoon, sir?
Good afternoon, Mr. Gill. I'm doing great. Having a wonderful time. I was on the outside. The atmosphere is so exciting.
Ah, yes. We have on the track, Perry, the under 9 girls. They're now on the track. Chantal Gale from St. Louis, they're down. Gale, Thorne, Rudolph, Small, Aline, and Clark. This is the first of these 3-time finals. And they're off and running. It's a good start. Let's see the competition. Here we can see from Hildesheim, Sakari Small. On her outside is Omara Aline. So it's Aline and Small. Aline and Small. Look at the wire. Ooh, very close. I think Sakari Small may have got home. Perry, what do you think?
She was a little bit in front. Her torso may have crossed the line first. We'll see, because we are still, our camera is still a little ahead of the finish line camera, so we'll wait to see what happens. But she looks like she barely made it home, because Aline was closing very, very quickly.
Oh, so we're going to see what happens there. That's a time of 16.54 seconds. That's the first of these 3-time finals. That's the time that they will have to chase. Aline got home, yeah. So it's Omora Aline of St. Bernard's Primary. She won that event in 16.54 seconds.
We watched the replay. She was accelerating while Small was decelerating. And we all know once someone is accelerating in a race, they would normally get there first, or should normally get there first.
That's a very tight race. Yeah. Now we have the second of these 3-time finals. We have in, we're settling in as they do their stretches and so on, just preparing to go.
Yes, these races are coming very quickly, because of the break they had. These young ladies are off and running on the inside. However, Wesley Hall, that's Jasabi White. She is clearly in front, but again, we see an acceleration from the athlete from St. Lawrence. But this time, she's not going to get there. A little bit too late to really hit the afterburners, so she was going to finish second. So we give Jasabi White 17.26 is the flash time. So as it stands, the record unofficially is still with Aline, well, Sabi Aline
of St. Bernard's Primary.
As we watch the replay, the young lady on the inside there, White, was off on a flyer. I mean, she was out and straight, and she was down the middle of her lane. That's what you really want to see with these sprinters, you know, down the middle of her lane. However, they like the determination of the St. Lawrence Primary School athlete. She just couldn't get there. Her start was not as good.
Now we're moving on now to the final of these three-time finals. In lane number 2 from St. Bernard's Primary, Haley Phillips Bryan. Lane 3 from Grisette's Primary, that's Kalia Lane. Lane 4 representing Luther Thorne Memorial Primary, that's Savannah Maynard. In lane 5 from St. Luke's Brighton, Deshia Thompson. Lane 6 will see St. Lawrence Primary's Tiana Walcott. And out in lane number 7, Jalea Williams of Wesley Hall Primary.
And there they go. Everybody's up and running. And Wesley Hall, that's Williams. But she's going to be challenged now. The athlete there coming up on the inside of her. That's St. Luke's Brighton, and way down on the inside in lane number 1, 2, sorry. But I am giving the edge to, looks like Thompson. 17:06 is the flash time.
So Perry, they weren't able to get back to Omara Aline, so we can say Omara Aline is
unofficially right? Unofficially the champion and record holder. But likely, if she was looking around, the young lady from St. Luke's Brighton, she should have kept her head steady. She probably would have run a faster time. She did get across the line first, however.
It seems as though she lost her stride midway in the event, but she was able then to pick it up.
Yeah, because we realize that your head realistically is one of the heaviest parts of your body.
Yeah.
And wherever your head goes, your body will go. So if you're running, especially a sprint in a straight like that, and you're moving your head and looking from left to right, you tend to do what's called a serpentine kind of motion where you stagger left to right, zigzag. So if you're trying to get your legs driving forward and you're twisting your head from side to side, it will affect your stride pattern and your rhythm.
That's why you're one of the top coaches around, Mr. Barnett.
I would not say I'm one of the top coaches. I am a very dedicated coach.
Yes, I know you work really hard with your teams, and we really appreciate it. Now on the track, we have the under-9 boys going 100 meters. In lane 2, Azari McCollin from Workman's Primary. Lane 3 from St. Luke's Brighton, that's Xavier Gay, as they are already underway for this. Green of Crane Resort, Hilda Skeen is running very strong.
Yes,
Green.
He's been having a fairly decent day today, Green. Crane Resort, Hilda Skeen. I was watching some of these athletes. And the interesting thing about these athletes, Neil, is that there's no superstar per se.
Yes,
Every school has their strong athletes in different age divisions, and even within the age divisions, different races and field events. But nonetheless, not taking anything from Thierry Green, he was up and running. His reaction time was the best to the gun.
But also in this race, Perry, being fair, we also had Carlian Prescott Broom of St. Lawrence and Damon Clark of Wesley Hall, Giovanni Edwards of Luther Thorne Memorial. They were also the other competitors in that race. So kudos to young Thierry Green of Hilda Skeen.
Yes, as we have the second section, we have Caden Aline of St. Lawrence in lane number 2. Emmanuel Mangru of Hilda Skeen, Crane Resorts Hilda Skeen in 3. And 4, Thierry Cutting at Luther Thorne Memorial. And lane number 5, Arion Kinch of Holy Innocents. Lane 6 appears to be empty. Oh no, we've moved over lane 6 into lane 7. That's Keyshawn Eiffel of Grisettes. And in lane number 8 will be Trezari Eiffel of St. Bernard's.
Yeah, so again, our
Seems to be a discrepancy there
yeah.
at the start. And then we see them moving over into their correct lanes. So now we have Eiffel from Keyshawn Eiffel of Grisettes Primary 6 and Trezari Eiffel of St. Bernard's in 7.
And Perry, you can see the again, we're seeing the cones out for this division, the under 9. They're now under starters orders.
Yeah, we put out the cones for the under 9s especially.
Yeah.
Only for the under 9s.
Yeah.
As we have
There's
a
a
restart.
false start. Yeah.
These youngsters, all they're focusing on, unlike the older compatriots, is to get down the track. And when the gun goes, they're following the instructions of their teachers and coaches. When the gun goes, just run down the middle of your lane and head to the finish line.
I think this is just a replay. See what actually happened. Oh, young man there from Grisettes Primary. That's Keyshawn Eiffel. He just a little anxious.
So we don't disqualify these youngsters like that. Our disqualification process is a lot less stringent.
So from when do they
well, there's a number of times that they would allow these younger ones to, but under 13 for sure. The first fault start, if it's not a technical, it goes to the field, and anyone who fault start in second time, they normally gets ejected.
Yeah,
they're a little bit more patient with these under 9s, and especially on the 7s.
Yeah.
See the Grisettes athlete flinched again, but they let it go. As down the track on the outside in lane number 8 is Eiffel of St. Bernard's, and he is running away with this one. It's going to be Trezari Eiffel. No one is going to catch him. 15.95 is the flash time. I saw this youngster at his house sports, and he means business.
But Perry, we noticed there what happened. The young man from Crane Resort Hill to Skiing ran from lane 3 right into lane 1.
Yes, and even with the cones, sometimes the children tend to lose the plot, so to speak, because his start line is on a blue patch.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's looking at blue. But it happens, unfortunately, if the fly goes up in his lane, then we know that he will be disqualified.
Yeah. Well, so we can see that we have he didn't impede anyone, so
he didn't. But still, he may get off of that.
Yeah.
We just saw a section of the Hilda Skiing, the stands with the Hilda Skiing students and teachers. They're in good spirits.
Yeah,
there's a healthy rivalry on the eastern side. The parents of Hilda Skiing and those of Wesley Hall. A lot of friendly banter going back and forth as we get ready for section 3. In lane number 2, the Kerry Coleman of St. Bernard's Primary. Lane 3, Amari Kinch of Holy Innocents. Lane 4 will be Ranico Hines of Workman's. In lane number 5, Rogerio Eastman of St. Luke's Brighton. Lane 6, Jalen Watson of Grisettes. And lane 7, Zidane Hines of Wesley Hall. As the gun goes and these boys are up and running and gunning, I see nothing between these two boys here.
It looks like Amari Kinch.
It is Holy Innocents Kinch. He really put the foot down on the accelerator and pulled away. 15.34 seconds is the flash time.
But
looks like Kinch may
be
unofficially the record holder if that time stands.
But he just crossed again from lane 3 into lane 4. Barry, there he goes. Let's see what happened. Kinch.
No, he's in his lane.
He's in his lane?
He stayed in his lane. So he's good. He stayed in his lane and he just...
Oh, it's the other young man who came over in his lane. Okay.
He's good. He's good.
He's good. So Amari Kinch will be unofficially your winner in a time of 15.34 seconds from Holy Innocent. Second, looks like Tajari Eiffel of St. Bernard's Primary in 15.94. And in third position from Hildeskeen, Thierry Green in 16.38 seconds.
Yes, and we are going to be moving on to the 200 meters and then the 150 meters for the under nines.
Okay, Perry, I'll go over and assist our fellow commentator, Philip, over in the track, and
Yes.
I'll leave you alone for a few, and see if we come back for the relays.
Well, we will discuss what we will see when we finish off. We will have a little closing, so I can get some comments from you and your take for the day.
Yeah, not a
I
problem.
hope you enjoy the atmosphere over on the
Oh,
eastern
yes.
side. You know those parents over there.
Yeah,
they are
yeah.
always full of enthusiasm.
Hildeskeen, the Crane Resort Hildeskeen. So Perry, I'll see you in a bit.
Yes, sir. As we get ready for the 200 meters, they're really trying to make up for time. They had some very nervous on the 11s. On the 11s and on 9s out there. So we have the first section already. We didn't get to call the lane assignments, so I'm going to call them as they run. You have 7 athletes in this one. And there they go. We have Haley Marsh of Luther Thorne, Crystal Danraj of St. Lawrence, Adriana Louis of Wesley Hall. On the outside, we have, that looks like the athlete from Hildeskeen on the outside, but inside, that is Wesley Hall's Adriana Louis. Inside of her, though, we saw this girl, Haley Marsh, doing. She's been having a wonderful time. Haley Marsh is going to win this one as she comes to the lane now. Marsh of Luther Thorne Memorial, I believe they are called the Hawks. So we have Blazers, Warriors, and Hawks out there today on the track and on the field. This young lady, Haley Marsh, she's making a good argument for division champion as well. As we see the replay, she was out and flying as you need to do in the 200 meters. It's not a slow event, it's not a slouch race. On the outside, the young lady from Hildeskeen was running strongly as well, and Wesley Hall, at one point in time, Louis of Wesley Hall, she really had the lead. But again, it comes down to acceleration and deceleration. While the others were decelerating, she, that being Marsh, was accelerating. And we have the second section ready to go, as we will give you the lane assignments for that. In lane number 2, Jaden Arthur, St. Lawrence Primary. Lane 3, Rihanna Bishop, Grisette's Primary. Lane number 4, Talia Holder, St. Leonard's Boys. And lane 5, McKenna Williams running unattached. Lane 6, Ariel Stewart, Workman's Primary. And lane 7, Jada Scott, Hildeskeen. I'm not sure what school the unattached athlete comes from. Maybe I'll get that information to you before the end of the day. And there they go, off and running. On the outside there, we see Scott of Hildeskeen, the unattached athlete. Williams looking good and strong as they come off the line. Scott and Williams are the two that break onto the screen first. Scott, though, is leading. Williams making a good account of herself. Is Scott going to the line now? He's going to catch her. This clock stops at 28:61 for Scott. So that's the time to beat. That's the time to beat unofficially, if you want to be the record holder and the gold medal winner, as we go now to section 3, the final section. If we can pick that up. Section 3. In this one, we will be seeing Keandra Gay, St. Luke's Brighton. Sky Tudor is not there from Holy Innocents. And then we have Luther Thorns, Brianna White. She's in 4. Janiyah Watson of Grisettes in 5. In 6, we have Zakiah Goddard of St. Bernard's. And on the outside in lane number 7, Shania Carrington of Wesley Hall School's Warriors. And there they go off and running. Final section on the 13 girls 200 meters. Already out front, Shania Carrington, we saw her earlier in the 4 and the 1, I believe, but she's flying as she comes off the turn and she's way in front. We have Brianna White of Luther Thorn trying to get back in there, but they're not going to catch this young lady from Wesley Hall School. Shania Carrington, as she crosses the line now, 29.58, a little slower than the Scott in the first section. As we get on to the next sections, this will be the under 13 boys going over 200 meters. Let's see the first section. I'm going to pick them up. They're already there. And lane number 2, Amari Henry, St. Bernard. And then 3, Romario Belgrave, Workman's Primary. And lane 4, DeMarco Luke, Hilda Skiing, Crane Resorts, Hilda Skiing. And lane 5, Rajan Ford of Wesley Hall. And lane number 6, Rashawn Smith of Holy Innocents. And on the outside in lane number 7, Shane Barton, St. Luke's Brighton. As they're on the starters' orders now. Clean start for this, the first of 3 sections in the under 13 boys 200 meters. We see the young man there, looks like from Wesley Hall. He is a big strong lad as he comes off the turn first, and he is trying to power his way home as he pulls away from the rest of the field. This boy has no let up, no stopping, and he's driving all the way to the finish line, right through the line. A good race. Good execution from him. 27.60 is the flash time. Wesley Hall getting some good performances from their athletes. That's Rajan Ford of Wesley Hall. As we get ready for the second section. It should be on the line by now. Under 13 boys, let's go. And then number 2, Jordan McKenzie of Grisette's Primary. Lane number 3, Amir John. You remember him? He is from Crane Resorts Hilda Skiing Primary School. And 4, Jalen King, St. Lawrence Primary. And lane number 5, Zane Gaskin, St. Luke's Brighton. And lane 6, Caleb Davis, Luther Thorn Memorial. And in lane number 7, Kashawn Warden, St. Bernard's Primary. The unofficial time to beat is 27.60 seconds. There they go, clean start, and these boys are rolling on the outside. We see Caleb Davis of Luther Thorn. He was off on a flyer. At 50 meters in, he has slipped the field. Someone has to try to run back at him, and I see Jalen King of St. Lawrence saying, I will give my best and try to get you. On the outside, it is still Davis. So this race is between Davis and King, and Davis looks like he's going to hold on to this one. We're going to get that time for you. So Luther Thorn Davis is another young man who's been having a good day today on the track. As we wait to see the flash time, I'm sure the third section is ready to go. So we're going to move on to that third section. As we watch the replay, the young man there, Davis, he jumped the field and he was out and gone. When you get out like that, it's hard to catch back an athlete who's like that, who's not decelerating very much and just driving to the finish line. As we go to the third section, in lane number 2, Malachi Sargent, St. Lawrence Primary. In lane 3, Isaiah Hazel John, Wesley Hall School. In lane number 4, Tyler Gill, Lutherthorne Memorial. In lane number 5, Rashawn Johnson, Holy Innocents. In 6, from Grisette's, Kenny Neptune. And in 7, Dalison Bess of Workman's. Clean start. It looks, we're going to look at Isaiah Hazel John on the inside. Outside of him, however, the athlete from Lutherthorne, that's Tyler Gill. He's another quality athlete for the day we had today. Gill comes off the turn first. There's a tussle on for second and third. At the back, here comes St. Lawrence's Malachi Sargent, now into second, but they're not going to catch Gill. Tyler Gill, this should be his second victory. Tyler Gill, 27:01 is the time. This time looks like the fastest time unofficially. As we see, Gill was off a very good start. His drive phase was almost picture perfect as he got up tall and how he negotiated the bend. I would like to say around a little closer on the inside of your lane, but he played it safe and stayed in the middle of his lane, and that was all she wrote for Gill as he just demolished his field. Section of the crowd there, spectators, students that believe that is St. Lawrence and St. Bernard's. As we move on to the under 11 girls, 200 meters. In lane 2, we have Sierra Carter of Wesley Hall School. Lane 3, Jessica Yearwood of Lutherthorne. Lane 4, Jada Nurse of St. Lawrence. Lane 5, Renaya Cox of Grisette's. Lane 6, Destiny Lithcock of Workman's Primary. And in lane number 7, Jenday Gibson of St. Bernard's. And there they go, off and running, and it looks to me like Grisette's Primary has slipped the field. That is Renaya Cox. Everybody is struggling to get back there with her. She's out and gone as they come off the turn on the inside. Wesley Hall School now coming up into contention. That is Soraya Carter. So this race is between Carter and Cox. Cox and Carter. Cox is still there leading. Cox is going to hold on to win this one, it looks like. Yes, she does right about now. So that one goes to Cox. The time of 33.49 seconds. As we watch a replay, the young lady there from Grisette's Primary, she had the best start and she used it to her advantage. The big girl there from the inside from Wesley Hall School, that's Soraya Carter, strong, and as expected she ran back, but she could not reel in Cox at all. As we on to the second section, we're flying. Lane 2, Yonisha Greenidge, St. Luke's Brighton. Lane 3, Zawadi Cox of St. Bernard's, another athlete who'll be having a good time. We're going to keep an eye on her. Denelle Joe of Holy Innocents in 4. Amira Watson of Workman's in 5. Tia Dorn, Hilda Skeen in 6. And on the outside, Khaleesi Walcott of St. Lawrence. And let's see who's going to be the winner in this section. I see the young lady from Hildeskeen going out. Here comes on the inside of her, Watson of Workman's now on her shoulder on the inside as they come down the home stretch now. It is race is on between Watson and Dorn. Watson has the lead, but Watson is decelerating and Dorn is starting to accelerate. It looks like if Dorn is going to get to the line first. Yes, Watson is broken. Dorn crosses first and Watson is second. 32.09. That's the fastest time so far unofficially. As we watch the replay, we see the young lady Watson. She was out hard at the beginning, but she couldn't maintain. And then Dorn started to really accelerate to the finish line. That gave her the win. The points are going to be interesting. I'm going to try to give you some points at the end of the 200s as we go into the relays. Also, we're going to give you the record holders, the results going to be first place, the record holders today. Remember, this is a new zone, so every first place finisher in every event will be the record holders, and they will hold that record for as long as it's not broken. So we have now in lane number 2 in the third and final section, Desiree Grant of the Thorn. Lane 3, Faith Bailey, St. Luke's Brightons. In 4, Ariana Phillips Spooner, Grisette's Primary. Lane 5, Kiana Small, Wesley Hall. In lane 6, Zanaya Phillips of Holy Innocence. And in lane 7, Rishana Holder of Crane Resorts, Hildeskeen. And Holder is out on a flyer as the gun goes. She means business. Everyone has to run and catch her. And we're going to see how they shape up as they come off the turn. But right now, it's all Holder. Rishana Holder of Hildeskeen. As we see athletes trying their best, trying valiantly to get back. Their Holder is starting to decelerate, but I don't see anyone making a move. So it looks like if Holder is going to be safe for this one. She's going to cross the line first. No, not a fast time at all. So it looks as if the record, unofficially in my eyes, will go to Dorn in that second section. That's Dorn, also of Crane Resorts, Hildeskeen. And I'm sure that the 11 boys are on the line. So we're going to pick them up and give you the lane assignments. That's the replay of the final section here. And we have the boys on the line. So we have 7 boys in this one. In lane 1, Jamari Harper of Workman's. In lane 2, Kaimani Carter of Wesley Hall School. In lane number 3, we have Grisette's Primary Schools, Jashane Ballas Walcott. In lane number 4, we have Holy Innocents of Corey Kinch. St. Bernard's, Kaimani Gittins is there in 5, and then 6 is Liam Payne, and in lane number 7, Dante Lashley. There they go, off and running. It looks pretty even, but on the outside from Luther Thorn, we have Dante Lashley. He is flying. He's taking with him, looks like Holy Innocence on the inside, but outside there's no denying who's in the lead. That is Lashley of Luther Thorn. And here comes a fast finishing Kaimani Carter, but he's not going to get Lashley. Lashley is just glancing across his left and slowing down, and he's going to be beaten on the line. I spoke too soon. That's the announcer's curse. Wesley Hall School's Kaimani Carter, he kept driving forward. Lashley lost focus, 31.08. Lashley lost focus, and it cost him, that race. As we move on to section 2 of 3, watch the replay first, and we're going to see where Lashley made his mistake. He looked good for the win. And then that happened. He started looking around and decelerating, while the youngster behind him from Wesley Hall was accelerating. So he has only himself to blame for that one. As we move on to section 2, lane 2, Jaheim Daisley, Luther Thorn Memorial. Lane 3, Najari Boyce, St. Luke's Brighton. Lane 4, Kaimani Hurdle, Crane Resorts Hilda Scheme. Lane 5, Shamario Jamet, Wesley Hall School. Lane 6, Jay Goodrich, St. Lawrence Primary. Lane 7 should have been Christian Whitehall of Hilltop. And there they go, off and running. Yes, now we see Whitehall of Hilltop. And he is clearly in the lead. Whitehall of Hilltop Prep. As they come off the turn and head for home, it's Whitehall. And on the inside, the lad from Luther Thorns fighting. Here comes Hilda Skeen trying to get back into the mix, but Whitehall is starting to move away from the rest of the field as he crosses the line first now. A time of 30.42 unofficially. Not as fast as the first. Yes, it was faster than the first. So Hilltop is looking at potentially having a record holder in the record books for 2023 here on the Wabisco Freida Nicholls zone. Let's watch this again. The young lad from Hilltop was not in the camera frame at the beginning, but there he is now. He was off. He had a very good start, apparently, and I like how he ran on the inside of the lane with the 200 meters. He didn't run wide. He stayed close to the inside, and he just came down the home stretch and won that comfortably with a pretty decent time as well. So we're moving on to the third and final section. We have in lane number 2, Amir Quimby. Remember him from Crane Resorts Hilda Scheme. Lane 3, Kijani Worrell of Workman's Primary. Lane 4, Vivio Lovell of St. Lawrence. And lane 5, Shaquan Boyce O'Neill Grisettes. Lane 6, Jaren Staber of Holy Innocents. And lane 7, Jerome Rock of St. Bernard's. As Quimby is making his move on the inside, there's a ding-dong battle on the outside between Workman's and between Holy Innocent and St. Bernard, but on the inside, it is all Quimby, Amir Quimby. Amir Quimby is going to win this one for sure. I don't think anyone's going to catch him, not at this stage, and he's going to stop the clock at an unofficial 30.13 seconds. If that stands, that will be the record in the under 11 boys 200 meters. As we get ready for the under 9s, girls and boys going over 150 meters. Let's watch this replay. Good reaction to the gun from Quimby. Came off the turn, accelerated off the turn, which is what you want to see the athletes doing, and he drove for home. Yeah, so the 200 meters done and dusted. Those are the final track events, individual track events for the under 13s and under 11s as we get ready for the 150 meters to bring a close to all of the individual track events. And then we move on to the relays. And we see the Young ladies in the under 9 category on the line ready for the first 150-meter dash. As we get ready for that event. See, one of the starters assistant, Mr. Chris Harris, making sure that the other two sections are sorted. Very efficient start crew. They are working as we ready for the first section. In lane number 2, we have Kalia Lane of Grisettes. In lane number 3, Nzinga Graham of St. Luke's Brighton. In lane 4, Iris Wade of Lutherthorne Memorial. Lane number 5, Haley Philip Bryan of St. Bernard's. In lane 6, Taisha Gibbs of Workman's. And in lane number 7, Zahara Bergen, Holy Innocents. Just jumping the gun there. Looks like the athlete in lane 6 from Workman's as they go again. Now we get a good start. St. Bernard's is in the middle of the field. On the inside, we see Lane of Grisettes. But St. Bernard's, Phillips Bryan, Haley Phillips Bryan is out there leading. On the inside, Kalia Lane of Grisettes is giving her a challenge, but she's not going to catch her. She actually starts to slow down, decelerate, and that opens the door for Haley Phillips Bryan to cruise across the line now. A time of 27.41 seconds. As Phillips Bryan had a really, really good start. She had made it to stagger on everyone within the first 10, 15 meters, and she was going. As she came off the lane, the turn, you see the young lady there on the inside from Grisettes fighting really hard to catch her. She made a good attempt, but at the end, I think she exerted too much energy. But she couldn't maintain as she came down to the finish line. As we move on to the second section of the under 9 girls, 150 meters in lane number 2, Deshae Thompson, St. Luke's Brighton. Lane 3, Onisha Payne, Grisettes Primary. Lane number 4, Jasabi White of Wesley Hall School. And lane number 5, Majesty Clark of St. Lawrence Primary. Lane 6, Raquela Holder, Hilda Skeen. Lane 7, Jakelia Drakes, Holy Innocents. There they go. Good clean start as we see White of Wesley Hall. She had the best start of them all. On the inside of her, we have Thompson of St. Luke's Brighton, but still leading. Jasabi White is the battle on between White and Thompson. I think White is going to get there because Thompson seemed to have moved into the wrong lane. She ran wide as well, but I think 25.41 could be Jasabi White of Wesley Hall School. We'll give you the official results of those races as well as we get the record holders. Y'all imprinting that in there? They ain't getting to pull from there? How come? Section 3, off and running. This one is looking pretty interesting as well, as we see on the inside. Amora Aline of St. Bernard's. She is really watering along and moving away from the rest of the field. It's going to be Amora Aline. Amora Aline is winning that one now, yes. 24.55 the split, the unofficial time. She's another athlete who's been having a wonderful day, this young lady from St. Bernard's. As we move to the under 9 boys 150 meter dash. Once again, you see the replay here. Aline was off on the flare. She responded so well to the gun. The young lady from Hildeskeen on the outside who finished second in that one. But it looks like Aline may have run the fastest time. We're going to confirm that as we move on to the under 9 boys. We have Arian Kinch of Holy Innocents in 2. Thierry Green, Hildeskeen in 3. Malik Bonito, Grisettes in 4. Isaiah Shuri, St. Lawrence in 5. Azari McCollin of Workman's in 6, and Xavier Gay. So it looks bright on the outside. However, inside the battle is between Hildeskeen and Grisettes. That's Green and Bonito. Green and Bonito. It's going to be Green pulling away now. They're not going to catch him as he drives to the line. He's going to win this one now. Thierry Green, Crane Resorts, Hildeskeen. Yes, Green had nice form there. You saw the replay. He responded well to the gun. He ran the curve well, and he really hammered home the advantage as he drove for home. As we get ready for section 2 or 3, and the boys are already there as expected. In lane number 2, Roniko Hines of Workman's Primary. In lane 3, the Carey Coleman of St. Bernard's Primary. In lane number 4, Shakir Nurse of Wesley Hall School. In lane number 5, Raj Yorick of Luther Thorne Memorial. Lane 6, Emmanuel Mangru of Hildeskeen. And on the outside, in lane number 7, Amari Kinch, Holy Innocents. And of course, they're gone, and Coleman is off on a flyer. Inside of him from Workman's, Roniko Hines is coming as well. Hildeskeen athlete has a lot of work to do. On the outside, we see Kinch of Holy Innocents. It's Kinch leading the rest as Workman's Roniko Hines tried to reel him in. Kinch is looking at no one, but it's going to be Kinch on the line. 24.72 seconds. That's a split time, unofficial time. That looks like the time to beat. As we get to the replay, you see on the outside, running blind. He can't see anyone. That's Kinch, and he's not looking back. We see the youngster on the inside in 2. Hines making committed that cardinal sin of looking across instead of looking straight ahead. Looking at the athlete in front of you doesn't make you run faster. It actually slows you down. But that is a conditioned response from athletes, especially at this age. So at the end of the 150 meters, I'm going to be giving you some points so you can have an idea as to who has to do what. And we're also going to be giving you some results so you get a record holders. I'm only seeing 5 athletes in this one. So we have Luther Thorne in 7, that's cutting. So in 6 is Douglin of Grisettes. In lane 5 is Clark of Wesley Hall. St. Bernard's Eiffel is there. And Eastman of St. Luke's Brighton. As they come off the turn, St. Bernard's is showing first. St. Bernard is going on the line, as we see now on the outside. Grisette's trying to run back at them, but the young lad from St. Bernard's, that's Trezari Eiffel, is really slamming the field. I want to see this time as he crosses the line to now. 24.36. St. Bernard may have a record holder unofficially. So that's the finals section. We're going to give you some results, some records. Remember, every winner is a record holder. This being a new zone. And we are going to start with the under 9 girls long jump. The record holder is from Wesley Hall School, and her name is Sharmifa Gunning. She jumped 2.50 meters. In the under 11 boys long jump, the record holder is coming from St. Lawrence Primary. Kimani Beckles with a leap of 3.67 meters. In the under 11 girls cricket ball throw, the record holder is coming from Crane Resorts Hilda Scheme. Claire Headley, 24.98 meters. In the under 13 boys ball throw, the record holder is coming from Wesley Hall School. That's 45.60 meters. Recording in 100 meters for under 9 girls. Amora Aline again, 16.52 seconds. In the under 9 boys, Amari Kinch of Holy Innocents Primary is the record holder, 15.31 seconds. On the 11, 100 meters, Holy Innocents again through Danelle Jones. We have in 9th Workman's Primary in the girls, 9th Workman's Primary, 8th, 11 points, St. Lawrence Primary, 8th with 31, and 7th, St. Luke's Brighton, 37, and 6th, St. Bernard's, 54, and 5th, Holy Innocents Primary, 62, and 4th, Grisette's Primary School, 76, and the top 3, Luther Thorne, 6th and 3rd with 84 points. We have Wesley Hall Schools in 2nd with 155, and leading by just 31 points, Hilda Scheme Primary, 186. And I'm going to explain to you why I said just in a moment as we get ready for the girls' 800-meter sprint medley open. In lane number 1 is a team from Grisette's Primary. In lane 2, St. Bernard's Primary. Lane number 3, St. Lawrence Primary. In lane 4, St. Luke's Brighton. Lane number 5, Wesley Hall Schools. And lane 6, Holy Innocents. In lane number 7, Luther Thorn Memorial Primary. And in lane number 8, Crane Resorts Hilda Skeen. As I said, just 31 points. Because the record, the relays, the points are doubled, so a lot of teams can make up a lot of points when they get to the relays. As we welcome back Mr. Neil Gill. He went on his sojourn over to the other side to soak up some of that atmosphere. Welcome back, Neil. Yes, we are winding down.
Yeah, just like that, Andy.
Final zone in the Chafet Frosties NAPSAC for 2023. This being the Wibisco Freida Nicholls zone.
Did you get any treats, Perry, from Wibisco?
I got a few tea times.
But that's my Achilles heel there, boy. My kryptonite. The chocolate tea times.
Chocolate tea times. Yes.
I know all of my colleagues in the gym, my gym mates are going to be, you with those tea times again? Oh, boy. So we have these young ladies on the track.
Yes, I just gave the late assignments.
Yeah,
I guess they're waiting for the other takeover points to takeover zone. Sorry, to have their athletes sorted.
It's a 1x1 by 2x4.
Yes, 100 meters.
Yes, and we should see some good performances here, Perry. We've already seen some keen competition throughout the day. You know, and it's not. You can't say. I think you were talking about it earlier. You're not seeing a standout athlete. All the teams have come. All the teams have participated. All the teams have competed well, and that's what we want in these early stages of NAPSAC.
Yes, and it's interesting. I think it's because we have restructured the zones, repopulated the zones. Sorry, and some schools are now coming up against new competition, right? That X factor that they weren't sure about, and then of course that layoff from COVID and the restrictions and stuff like that would have put some other schools at a disadvantage. But kudos for all those athletes who came out, and then for the schools who got to put teams together and got them out to compete. I give special shout out and big respect to the parents of the young lady who ran unattached. I believe she's homeschooled, and they saw the importance of her showing off her athletic prowess, and she gave a good account of herself as well. So kudos to them as they got on the starters orders, and we're ready for the open girls 800-meter sprint medley. A little hiccup there. Eight schools going in this one. Only one section.
See the young lady from Grisette's Primary a little anxious. And they're off and running.
Late start for St. Lawrence.
Yeah, seems as though she was caught napping, but they
said
Grisette's Primary, St. Bernard's, St. Lawrence, St. Luke's Brighton, Wesley Hall, Holy Innocents, Luther Thorn Memorial, and Hilda Skeen as they go to the first exchange.
Hilda Skeen on the outside, Wesley Hall inside, Luther Thorn running well as well. As they come to the 200-meter leg now, the handover is going to be Hilda Skeen, Luther Thorn, Wesley Hall. Those are the top three.
This is young Jada Scott. I can remember her.
Yes,
she ran very well. I think she won the 600. She came back and she won the 100. And she's now here running quite well. I remember Jada.
Yes, this
is a tiny tot, you know, and she's running very well from Crane Resort.
She's a strong runner, though.
Hilda Skeen, yeah, very strong.
giving her team a good lead. There as they go into the 400-meter leg is Hilda Skeen, Luther Thorne, Wesley Hall. Looks like St. Bernard is fourth. Wesley Hall now moves into second.
This is going to be a good one, Perry. I think the young lady who's running for Wesley Hall also ran very well.
She's strong as well, and she's really closing the gap. What you have to do, you can't sit back.
Sit back and come
wait.
back. Yeah.
You have to.
She wouldn't want to burn herself out.
Right.
Also running well, the young lady from Luther Thorne Memorial. She, she ran well. Haley Marsh, I think that's her name. She moves now into second.
Yes, she's now fighting for second. They've closed the gap considerably on the athlete from Hilda Skeen, but they may have
Burnt
done
up
a
a
little
lot.
too much.
Yes. They may be strong. We'll see. With just about 100 meters left, and it is Hilda Skeen up front. Hilda Skeen, Wesley Hall is in second, and third, Luther Thorne Memorials. I think she's given up the ghost in third.
Yes.
But it is Hilda Skeen who will report home. The team from Crane Resort, Hilda Skeen, will win now.
Yes, and that will also make them the record holders in this event. There's only one section. So, congratulations. I think the other two young ladies, if the lead was not so great, because we saw the athlete from Hilda Skeen glancing over her shoulder about 3 or 4 times, which means normally when they see an athlete doing that, I know that they're really almost running on fumes.
Yes.
And they're just hoping that the finish line gets to them
Just
before
in a
the
hurry.
other athlete. So she was glancing over her shoulder as we see the team from St. Lawrence, it looks like, not finishing up.
Yeah. Also, Grisette's
crossing the line. So their day is over. Well, almost over.
Almost over. They may have to come back to run the 4x1s.
Not 4x1s. An interesting thing about these medleys is that any child, any age, can compete. It's an open event. So let's watch the replay.
Again, St. Lawrence. The young lady there, she
had a poor start.
Blocks.
St. Bernard's was looking good on the inside. Outside, Hilda Skeen, Wesley Hall, Luther Thorne, the usual suspects were out there early. We saw Wesley Hall running back in there, but this young lady here from Crane Resort, Hilda Skeen, Scott, she was wonderful. This is where she made that victory possible with that run and that 200-meter leg. All this young lady had to do, go out hard at the beginning, open up a little bit more lead, consolidate, pace yourself, and just hold on home.
Yeah.
Those two young ladies, there are no slouches by any Marsh and the other young lady, but they really had too much work to do.
Too much to do.
In that first 200 meters, they were really pushing.
And that shows some maturity as well. From the young lady from Hilda Skeen, she knew exactly what she had to do. As you said, just pull away, gave them a little too much to do.
Too much.
Yeah, and just hold on for
one of my highlights as we move on to the open boys. Sprint medley. We have 4 teams in this first section. So we're seeing in lane number 2, Holy Innocents Primary, lane 3, Workman's, and lane 4, St. Bernard's, and lane 5, Grisette's, which means the second section is going to be hot.
Oh, yes.
We're going to be seeing Hilda Skeen and
Wesley
Hall, and in that one, and Luther Thorne.
Luther Thorne as well. So that should be a good win. Wow.
So we're going to see what time these teams would be running now and compare to the times in the second section.
So they're just taking the final instructions from the starters.
Yeah, I see Mr. Harris there, Christopher Harris, speaking to the boys. And I don't know what happened to the guy from
Grisette's. So we have Grisette's Primary, St. Bernard's, Workman's, and Holy Innocent.
Workman's running well on the inside there.
Oh, yeah, he's already made it to Stacker Perry.
Almost everyone. Grisette's is going to hand over first. Workman's second, St. Bernard's, and Holy Innocents. And that's how they go up the back stretch. But Workman's is putting in some work. No pun intended.
His feet are
Who's
moving
gonna
quite
hand over
quickly.
now?
It's a good
Grisettes
takeover.
and Workman's almost in a dead heat. Holy Innocence did well to run back up into third. But outside, Grisettes, this lad here, he's tall. I would like to see a little bit more nearly from him, but he is going on the inside.
Workman's.
Holy Innocence is making good account of himself.
Yes.
Now, this is a very good run for Holy Innocence. Coming off the turn and stop looking around, young
Looks
man.
like
Just
Ruben
keep your head
Thorne.
up.
Yeah.
As they all start to tire.
They're giving the young man from Grisettes a chance to get back into the race. And there
Yes, and Grisettes is going to hand over first. Holy Innocence, Workman's, St. Bernard's.
Pretty tight, Perry. It's anybody's race here. Grisettes Primary is up front. Holy Innocent in second. And I like how the young man from Holy Innocent is running. It looks as though he's conserving some of his energy.
Yes,
Is
he? I guess he would have probably run this before.
We saying that, but
400 meters, I mean, so he probably is pacing himself to see. But meanwhile, Workman's is not having anything. Sorry to say to get on by from Grisettes. No, you going too hard. We're going to do something about that. And here comes St. Bernard's. But like you said, a young lad from Holy Innocence, it looks like he's just playing with them and toying with them. I wonder if he has a kick as he starts to slow down a little bit. Maybe he is tired, running on tired legs and is trying his best to conserve as much energy as possible.
Yeah.
But up front,
it's Workman's and St. Bernard's. Workman's and St. Bernard.
St. Bernard
Bernard's taking over. Final 70 or so meters, and it is St. Bernard's Primary doing the deed here.
Let's see the time.
He's going to get home.
He's going to cross the line for sure. 26, 2 minutes,
16.27.
2:16.27.
Rounded to 2:16.26.
I'm going to give you, I forgot to give you the boys' scores before the medley, so I'm going to give you that now. In 10th, St. Luke's Brighton, 3 points. 9th, Hilltop, 15. 7th, Tide, Workman's and St. Bernard's on 22. Just 1 point ahead of them in 6th is Holy Innocents. In 5th, Grisettes Primary, 40. In 4th, St. Lawrence Primary, 61. The top 3, Luther Thorne, 3rd, 91 points. Hilda Skeen on 44, and 56 points ahead of them in 1st, Wesley Hall School. So just like yesterday, these boys' finals will go all the way down to the wire for sure.
And we can see this is a replay how the race went down. Perry, you have the information for the girls as well, or we've not received that as yet?
I gave the girls scores.
We gave the girls scores.
On your sojourn over to the other side, I gave the girls scores.
So who's up front now, Perry?
Up front is Hilda Skeen. They are leading by 31 points.
And
so a lot could happen in these relays. As I was informing the viewers, the relay points are doubled. So 20 points for first place.
Definitely.
So a lot can happen in the relays. Of course, if a baton is dropped or a team gets disqualified, which we hope wouldn't happen, but these things happen in relays. There's what I call hazards of the job when it comes to running relays.
All the parents who are here, we want to say thank you very much for lending your support to these young athletes. They will need it. And not only at the NAPSAC, Barry, I find that sometimes after the NAPSAC, they go into the secondary schools and the support, we don't see that kind of support anymore. So we're just hoping that as they transition into the secondary school, that the parents will continue to support them.
Yes, we do. And we see the athletes who go on to secondary school who has the best parental support. They're the ones who continue to stay in it and do well. And then get back to that, but remember Mario Burke, he had extremely good parental support.
Obadiah Thompson as well.
Had a community of persons around them. As we look at the second section, final section in the boys open 800 meter sprint medley relay, in lane number 3, St. Lawrence Primary, lane 4, Hilda Skeen, lane 5, Wesley Hall, lane 6, Luther Thorne, and lane number 7, St. Luke's Brighton. So I guess everyone's eyes will be on the two schools who are tussling for supremacy in the boys in points. That will be Wesley Hall and Hilda Skeen. Hilda Skeen has a target on the back of Wesley Hall right about now because they are at the back, so they can see and move accordingly. Wesley Hall will be looking at Luther Thorne Primary as well.
Luther Thorne,
These are the top 3 schools in the boys on points.
On points, and in competition, they looked really tight today. Very, I must say that Crane Resort, Hilda Skiing, they're doing really well. You can see that they've done a lot of work. Also doing a lot of work, the team from Wesley Hall,
Yes,
they've been very consistent.
And these boys are big and strong. Right? This is a good time to start going through that puberty phase. We would have seen the impact that will have on a lot of students. Ethan Hart, Josiah Cato from years before. Those boys would have started going through puberty, and they have that boost of testosterone. Their muscles got them bigger and stronger, and it is the best time to go through puberty right now as an under 13 at primary school. Usually very dominant, most of them are. As we get ready for this one, clean start. Looking pretty even. Hilda Skiing tracking. Wesley Hall making it stagger on Luther Thorne. Luther Thorne making it stagger on St. Luke's Brighton on the outside. Who's going to hand over first? Luther Thorne. Wesley Hall. Hilda Skiing. That's
Quimby running
Quimby coming in the back stretch. Luther Thorne and Wesley Hall running though. Quimby is holding his own. It's going to be Luther Thorne and Wesley Hall as they
Wesley Hall look really good, Perry. They're looking really good.
Luther Thorne, Wesley Hall is flying.
Good clean takeovers.
Yes.
You could see that they have been training, Perry.
Let's see what happens as they come off return. Somebody's going to have to really dig deep because someone is going to start to decelerate. It's a natural thing. As you see Wesley Hall really run this lad was running with determination for the whole day.
He means business, Perry. He means business. That's a good run. Yes. They know the final exchange, and it is Wesley Hall in front, just by about 2 or 3 meters. Luther Thorne Memorial.
Yes, Hilda Skiing has a lot of work to do to close that gap.
It's Tyler Gill. He runs into second from Luther Thorne Memorial.
Gill's no slouch over 400 meters, so you have to watch him.
To see what happens here. He's
didn't get the bib number for the lad there from
Wesley Hall, but
Gill is one to watch. Gill is within striking distance. Based on the caliber that he has, the quality he has, Gill is within striking distance of his lad.
Isaiah Hazel John.
Hazel John is another good one as well, but these boys are be running all day in some distances. So Hazel John is going to try to accelerate now, and Gill is still going with him.
And the grit and determination, Perry. They both grinding. He dropped the baton. I think he hit it on his leg.
Opened the door for Luther Thorne. That would have gone straight to the finish.
Yes.
That would have been an exciting finish for that relay. Nonetheless, he regained his composure. I know he's going to be a little disappointed with what happened there, but nonetheless, they're still going to should still get some points. I think that this heat was faster.
2:04.42, Perry?
Yes, 2:04.43, faster by some 12 seconds. So chances are, even though they dropped the baton and they came fairly not as fast as they would like, they should be in that top 8. So once they keep collecting points,
definitely,
which would mean now that in order for them to really secure the boys championship, this will be in Wesley Hall, they have to finish top
2 and everything
top 2 in every other male relay. Sometimes that is, as we saw just now, that is easier said than done.
So you see the fans, the supporters of the Luther Thorne Memorial. You can see the teachers and the students all enjoying themselves.
We've had 8 good days on zonal championships.
It's a replay.
It's not just a replay. This was, I was about to say before we got to the 400-meter leg that this was Wesley Hall's to lose based on how they were running.
Yes, this young man here.
I said this is Wesley Hall's to lose. In my mind, it was saying this. And so said, so done.
Let's see what actually happened as he hit his leg.
Yes, he hit his leg.
He hit his leg. So he could only be disappointed with himself.
His arms
started to flail a little bit.
Not driving forward and backwards.
Mm-hmm.
He started to make that fanning motion with his arms, and of course, when you're running, and if you are not moving your arms in a straight line back and forth, and you're going in an elliptical kind of motion, you're going to get in contact with your legs. As we move on to the next section, the first section of the under 9 girls 4x1s. In lane number 1, we have Workman's Primary. Lane 2, Holy Innocents. Lane 3, St. Lawrence. Lane 4 will be St. Bernard's. Lane 5, Luther Thorn. I believe Luther Thorn are called the Hawks. They call themselves the Hawks.
The Hawks. Nowadays where you hear all kind of animals associated. Who's a lion? A lion is a cougar and an eagle. Tigers and so.
Yes, Blazers.
Yeah. So
as we get ready for the start of this one, we have some eager young ones. Everybody love relays. Little children, especially, they love relays.
So we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and lane 5 as well.
And there they go, off and running the under 9 girls 4x100 meter relay. Holy Innocents holding their own there on the inside. Outside of them, Luther Thorn running well. Here comes the St. Lawrence
and St. Bernard's,
St. Bernard's. Some mix up there.
In terms of running out of the lane.
The wrong lane, apparently. But up front is still Luther Thorn on the outside. And Luther Thorn is running.
It's still going to be pretty new. It's still new for a lot of these, Perry. And it looks like the team of Luther Thorn, they're out front. Coming through.
Chasing.
Yeah, here comes Holy Innocents as well. They're putting in a big effort as the final exchange.
The Thorn. Here comes.
That's Holy Innocent or St. Lawrence and St. Bernard's driving, Perry. Look at St. Bernard's, Perry. Look at St. Bernard's. Oh, here she comes.
That is Amora Aline.
Amora Aline.
She has 2 records already under her belt. So she is a quality athlete. She's class. Very determined young lady. As we see the athlete from Workman's now finishing up.
Yeah.
That's the first of 2 sections.
So the team from St. Bernard's up in St. Joseph, they have something to shout about, Perry.
Yes, they're a mixed bag. Because they really messed up the first handover.
Yeah, and we still have to see how, unofficially, here we go.
Right.
She ran into.
The thing is, she may have impeded the athlete from Holy Innocents. And she did that because you saw the athlete from Holy Innocents check her stride, adjusted her stride. So she may have impeded. That handover as well was not a good one from St. Bernard's.
But it gave, and Aline had quite a bit of work to do.
Yes, Amora is a class.
As you say, she came out of the clouds, and she did it quite easily. It would be a pity, though, Perry, if it all was in vain. But we will see.
We will see. Maybe they'll be a little more lenient. We will see what happens.
So we move on now to the second of these time final.
Section.
Yeah. We have just getting their batons and their final instructions. Yes, in lane 1, Grisette's Primary. Lane 2, as you can see the young lady here just waiting.
Yes, that's Grisette's
Primary, yes.
Lane 2 will be
just waiting to see if let's see if they're lined up. They're lined up. Okay. On the screen, yes. Wesley Hall is in lane 2. Lane 3, we have the team from Crane Resort, Hilda Skeen Primary. Yes. And in lane 4, the team from St. Luke's Brighton Primary. So these 4 young ladies, or young 4 teams, I should say. She's the young lady from Wesley Hall. She's ready to burn some track, Barry. I think she's
not
mean business.
time. Let's get on with this, she's saying.
Yes. She wants to get this all done and dusted. And here you see the young lady there from Wesley Hall, Barry. She had a very good championship thus far. The young lady, I think she is white from Wesley Hall.
Yes.
Jasabi White. Yeah, I think she's having a pretty good championship.
Like I said, it's a mixed bag. When we get to announcing the division champions and stuff, you're going to see some schools in there that we don't have factored in the top 3 at all.
Yeah, and actually, you know what? I think I picked up a little earlier. Some teams did a lot better in the field events. So we would not have been seeing those events. A lot of the focus is on the track, but some of those teams picked up a tremendous amount of points in the field events as they're trying to get the young lady from St. Luke's Brighton in the crouch start.
And there they go, off her running. We have Rosette's, Wesley Hall, Hildeskeen, and St. Luke's. As they on the inside,
Wesley
Hall is showing good for this one. After running
also,
good time.
Very good takeover as well. So they come down the back stretch, and it is the team from Wesley Hall. The young lady's pumping, arms and feet pumping.
Business.
Yeah. I don't want to say that it's all over. We'll have to see what happens here, but it will be very difficult to catch Wesley Hall at this stage.
Hildeskeen has a fairly decent quartet as well, but
look at the gap.
I think the first leg was not the strongest.
Anything can happen in a relay, and here we go.
Not the best of takeovers, especially at this age. You would expect that pretty on the nines. But they are doing what they have to do to get the baton around as the athlete here.
Jasabi White. We called her name, Perry, from Wesley Hall. Jasabi White doing it for her team.
There she goes.
Wins it 1:10.43. It's a pretty decent time.
Yep, that could be up there in the medals, and they're definitely in front of Hildeskeen, which means that if they are 2 up ahead of Hildeskeen, let's say they finish second and Hildeskeen finishes 4th or 5th, as extra points they would have gotten over Hildeskeen, so they get a little closer.
Yeah.
They chip at that lead. So we move on now, Neil, to the
under 11s.
Under 9 boys.
Under 9 boys. We only have one
section.
One section here.
8 teams, 1 section. And watch the replay again. This, in terms of running the individual legs, Wesley Hall School did an excellent job. The handovers were not by any means clean, but each athlete ran their leg well. That's what it came down to. That's what really gave them that push. Every time the baton got into someone else's hand, they extended the lead.
But look at White, Barry. I am very impressed with her. Obviously, she is a class act. She knows what she's all about athletics. She's training. You can see
a lot of power in her at such a young age as well. And she's a strong girl.
We can look at and I see that she's very focused. So, you know, at under 9 level, and she's that way already, it could only augur well for her going forward
next year.
Yeah.
As these young boys eagerly await their turn. Under 9 boys, 8, only 1 section, 8 teams.
And the officials making sure that their takeovers or their leg.
Parents up there on the mound, just
enjoying themselves.
The bleachers, taking in the sun and enjoying themselves.
It's a warm day, Perry. Beautiful. But yet, I like the breeze that we were getting outside. It's a breezy day as well. So sometimes, you know, down here it gets pretty warm.
Yes, it does. Especially on the eastern side on the afternoons when the sun is hitting them directly. But these parents are here, and they are here to support their youngsters. And they're doing a wonderful job. I'm seeing lane 2. I'm seeing lane 3. This may be, we may have to recede this, Neil, because these are not the schools in the order that they're supposed to be in. So we're going to recede that. There you go. Now we have 2 sections. So the school got in under the wire apparently, so we have to recall those lane assignments.
All right, in lane 2, and now we have, yes, in lane 2, team from Luther Thorne Memorial. Lane 3, Wesley Hall School. In lane number 4, Grisette's Primary. Lane 5, Crane Resort, Hilda Scheme Primary. And out in lane number 6, a team from St. Bernard's Primary.
Lane 5.
Everybody got us 1.
They went up 1?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, there you go.
We're still missing a team. No St. Bernards.
There's no St. Bernards. So
no St. Bernards in this one.
No St. Bernards. So there's only 4. Yeah. So lane 2 then is Luther Thorne. Lane 3 Wesley Hall. Lane 4 Grisette's, and lane 5 Hilda Scheme Primary.
This is Hilda Schem's chance to cut into that lead.
But as soon as we said that, Perry, look what's happening. I think they're now bringing up the young man, the team from St. Bernard's.
Oh,
yeah,
so
there he is. St. Bernard's really, it's here.
I would have been surprised. I know Mr. Pierre normally enters.
Yeah, every
event,
yes. So, yeah, we're just the officials. They are.
I think what happened is they have the athletes, the teams in the wrong lanes, and because lanes 5 is already occupied.
Yes.
Okay,
so really, they're supposed to be in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is the problem
have
right
to check the lane numbers.
Yeah.
Because Grisette has a 3 on their hip, as you can see there, and also there he has a hip number there, number 3, which indicates that he's in lane number 3. So,
but I think probably the track announcer, would have made that clear.
Now they're readjusting.
Yeah, so Luther Thorne lane 1,
Wesley Hall lane 2,
so Grisette's Primary lane 3.
And that's Hilda Scheme, Crane Resorts, Hilda Scheme Blazers. They call themselves the Wesley Hall are the Warriors.
The Warriors.
And Luther Thorne the Hawks.
And then St. Bernard's.
My good friend Michael Jules will roll his eyes and say, "Why don't you name themselves after something Barbadian?" You know.
What you will call them? A blackbird is already.
Yeah, we have blackbirds here at UV.
Yeah. What you will call a mongoose?
Mongoose.
Yeah. So the takeover one is not ready as yet.
So there on the screen is another dedicated coach and physical education teacher as well.
Miss Makisha?
Yes, Nichelle. Formerly Maynard. I can't remember her married name.
Yeah, not remembering it either. But remember, she was a very good athlete back in the day.
Benefited from the scholarship, I believe, as well, I think.
Then she was Nikisha Maynard back in the day. And we can remember her.
Very
BSAC.
talented coach.
Yeah, very good.
I think she was coached by Wendy Barrow-Smith back in the day.
Okay.
Wendy Barrow-Smith, the evergreen Wendy Barrow-Smith, is still going, still coaching.
No, Perry, can I tell you that she coached me in primary school. And if I tell you now, that's
years. Years.
Nearly 40 years ago, you can tell you that. And she still looks very strong, and she's also very dedicated to
she still competes
athletics.
on the senior circuit as well. senior games. We would have gone overseas and competed in senior games and stuff like that. So
Very
she's-
knowledgeable, Perry,
Oh,
and
yes.
that's it. You know, she passes on her knowledge to the others.
She's
and
the one
that's
who got
good.
me started in track and field.
Oh, really, Perry?
Yeah, as a coach.
As a
yes.
coach, because I was trying to remember Perry Barnett on the track. I can't remember
I would
Perry.
do a little
right?
cross country.
Cross
at law
country.
school.
Yeah, you did some running. Yeah, I
that was,
remember.
that was on me in a staple diet at law school.
At law school, you all ran down Society Hill and
Society
Valley?
Hill, State Hill, up Coach Hill, through the Cart Roads, highways and byways.
I come remember you only had the stadium run.
lucky.
we did the stadium. We did the loop of the stadium, and then we had Buckingham Hill to do our sprints.
I remember one time having to run to Bath as well. From
Wow.
Yep.
And they're ready for them here now, Barry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Luther Thorne Memorial, Wesley Hall Primary, Rosette's Primary, Hildeskeen, and St. Bernard's Primary.
And there they go, clean start. I don't know where the lad from St. Bernard's was looking back. And the lad from
Hildeskeen
looking at his shadow. That's something I find a lot of the little children do as well when they're running.
Running and looking at
they
their
race their
shadows.
shadows. But Hildeskeen, nonetheless, out and gone. A good one for them.
They have to learn that when they pass off the baton, not to run across the,
Yes, and
the
you saw
other
the
athlete.
yellow flag go up again.
Yeah.
So they may be in trouble because the lad from Wesley Hall had to check his run.
Yeah.
So
there you go
they
again.
impede.
Yeah. You have to
However,
stay in the lane, but until the skiing is out front.
Wesley Hall is still in good enough position not
Striking distance, yeah.
to drop a lot of points and still win the boys as Hildeskeen is running their hearts out. Wesley Hall is going to get the baton second.
There we go again, yes. But this is something that has to be taught. We no doubt about the unofficial winner. Here would be the team from Crane Resort, Hildeskeen winning. Second would be Wesley Hall.
Gets on the line there.
Yeah.
Close, a fast finishing St. Bernard team came in.
105.99 is the flash. And I guess if the protest, we will have grounds. So we want to see them. So,
but the first one was more obvious,
more blatant.
You can watch the replay. You can see that the Wesley Hall athlete had to really check his run
after the young man from Hildeskeen.
Yes.
Just as soon as he finished his leg,
yes, darted straight across.
there he goes. You know, oh yes. So we ignore that.
So that may cause Hildeskeen. We'll see what happens, and then in the ankle leg, the final takeover, the same thing.
Same thing. So,
and we're going to see that as well. We're watching Hildeskeen athlete at the front as he passes the baton and then just runs across.
And there you saw the the track official just showing her frustration.
This is something that we need to emphasize
Yes.
as physical education teachers and coaches. You know, when you're running relays and you give the baton over, stay in your lane until all of the outgoing runners have left the takeover zone.
So that is one of the things you would take away, Perry, as I wanted to take back to your contemporaries, because this is it. I mean, this is all part of the development, and some of the things that we see, we can point out to our colleagues to improve.
Yes,
it's not only about your school. Yes, it is for competition. Yeah, and there he goes right across. Although Wesley Hall didn't have the batons yet, but still.
They can argue, Neil, they can argue that the one athlete slowed down because of the youngster coming across in front of him. And that made him stop collecting the baton. He didn't close his hands on the baton was in his hand. So they can argue that. And they have grounds for that argument as well. I hate to see schools, teams at this level especially being disqualified, but it's
harsh, but hey,
this is life. Sports imitates life. Life imitates sports. You have rules in life you have to follow. In section 2, we have Workman's in 2, and St. Luke's Brighton in 3, St. Lawrence in 4, and Holy Innocents in 5. And there they go, off and running, good clean start, looking pretty even. Stevens, Neal as they come around the bend.
It looks like in lane 5, Holy Innocents Primary.
Now we see a movement.
St. Lawrence
St. Luke's,
also.
Brighton
And St. Luke's, Brighton, yeah. So the top three, they...
these baton passes are expected are not going to be great, but what they do when they do get the baton in the hand is what is going to try to make or break, as we see St. Luke's, Brighton looking good in this one.
Yeah.
St. Luke's, Brighton.
They're running well.
See?
Yeah, standing, just taking the baton and
just stand and deliver.
Yeah. And St. Luke's Brighton is up front. The others are really running hard. I'd say probably more. The feet are moving quickly. Final takeover. Yeah.
This youngster here, he is off, and they have to give chase. Because he is now running.
That's Rogerio Eastman.
But look at the lad on the outside, bro.
The Innocents. I think this is a young man. He had a good championship as well. He made up a lot of ground.
Yes, wonderful ankle leg. Wonderful ankle leg. Even if you don't win, that was a great ankle leg.
Yes. Can't remember his name. Is he Ari? Is that Kinch? 4852.
Yes, that's
Amari Kinch of Holy Innocent.
Amari and Arion, a twin apparently.
Oh. And they, I remember Amari running well.
Yes, Kinch. Amari had a wonderful game.
Yes.
And you find that in siblings as well. Something you very rarely will see a twin that are at that level where they both can compete at individual events.
Well, we can say though, Perry, I mean, we had the Norgrove boys. Then we have the Applewhite girls.
Very rarely. They're very few and far between sometimes. You don't ever see every twin bam like that.
And then those, the guys who went Leicester Vaughan. I think they went Deacon's Primary and then Leicester Vaughan. I can't remember their names now, but they were also pretty special.
Yep.
So, as you said, Perry, it might be, you might not see them so often, but when you do see them, it is always noteworthy.
It's rarity a special breed of siblings when you see that happening.
On the under 11 girls, Perry, we have a full field.
Yes, we do.
And this is one. I think it's only going to be one flight. One flight. Yeah, so in lane 1, we have the team from Luther Thorne Memorial. Lane 2, the team from Holy Innocents Primary. Lane 3, Workman's Primary. In lane 4, with Grisette's Primary. Going in lane number 5, the team from Crane Resorts, Hilda Scheme Primary. Lane 6, we will see Wesley Hall. Lane 7, St. Lawrence Primary. And out in lane number 8, the team from St. Bernard's Primary.
I was just informed that Giuseppe White and Rajan Ford of Wesley Hall are also
siblings. Okay. So we thank our viewers for giving us some of the information as well.
That means you're following the stream, so thanks for following as well.
Yeah. And we very thankful for that, sharing this information to our viewers. So they can take note. So it's really good. I mean, as I always say, I love athletics, and I know you as well. And these little ones are just my prayer that they continue into the transition.
The rate
yes, that is
extremely
hurtful.
high when the children leave primary school and go into secondary school. A lot of factors come into play that they have so many other distractions, new distractions. They have
other sports and other curricular activities.
Sometimes other activities in general.
Yes.
And
life, Barry.
You know. But I think more needs to be done to keep our future stars, those top performers, and those potentially potential top performers in track and field.
Yeah.
So they can reap the rewards, because I see a whole lot of them in my time, and now I see them and I ask them, "What are you up to?" No, well, nothing, sir. You know, and it is very for
back
me.
in our Back in our day, we didn't really have all of this. Well, let's just say all of this. We had Milo championships, but I mean the opportunities weren't as available right now as these young people have. But with parental support and some guidance also from the schools and so on, we could very well see it is picking up. And I think a lot of people are, and I like the initiative, right, the Ministry of Education as well. So we can look forward to this. Oh, we have a
also, and on that note, Neil, we need to thank the Ministry of Education for allowing the schools to close on their zonal days so that you can bring the spectators down, because that makes a whole lot
fantastic.
These athletes feed off of the energy of their supporters. Wesley Hall, it's all going wrong for Wesley Hall.
No, that's the team from Hilderskeene.
That's
Hilderskeene, yes.
They
went off and left
the baton at the start, opening the door for Wesley Hall to really get a nice lead. Not a bad take over there from Wesley Hall. This young lady is not the fastest of the backstretch.
Just bouncing. Doesn't seem as though she's good.
This young lady
is a team from it looks like Luther Thorne.
Yes, Luther Thorne inside there.
Grisette's Primary. So it's Grisette's Primary and Hilderskeene who were battling it out.
Wesley Hall really opened the door for Hilderskeene in that one. That second
leg was a very weak one, but we have Hilderskeene and Grisette's Primary at the final exchange. And it is Grisette's now who take the lead. I remember this young lady Holder with the bandage running for Hilderskeene, and she is trying to chase this young lady from Grisette's Primary. The wire not there. The wire gets there. She gets to the wire before. So it's Grisette's Primary in a flash time of 104.74 period. That will be the championship time, the record time, in this unofficially for this, the Wibisco Freida Nicholls zone.
So Grisette's Primary will be, barred everything being okay, anything going wrong, the record holders and the under 11 girls 4x100 meter relay. So you see again, we have a school that has in a factor in the top 3. As a matter of fact, Grisette's is 4th right about now, and they have recorded a record.
Yes, definitely.
They're going to be in the books as the record holders.
Record holders. Let's see.
Because they all went wrong for Hilderskeene. Again here, the last takeover. And this what happened there with that one. The young lady, she did not keep her hand steady and wait for the baton. She started to reach and grab for the baton.
Yes.
So when you grab with your hands at the back, that you tend to go like in a circle over the baton. So she missed the baton completely. You have to trust your incoming runner to find your hand.
Perry Barnett here, educating our viewers, those who are not well versed in this. But here we have a young man that's Workman's Primary. He's running in a class.
We had a youngster, if you remember, at the Relay Festival.
Emmanuel Augustine. That was from Mount Tabor Primary. Yes, I know him quite well. He's one of my boys. Yes,
and then he came back this year at NAPSAC and he ran
without the cast and broke record.
Broke a record. He was later. He lost the weight of the cast and he ran faster and he broke a record.
Yes.
So
kudos to Emmanuel Augustine and the team at Mount Tabor. They did very well.
I mean, it just goes to show we had back in the day in cricket.
Malcolm Marshall. Were you there, Perry? Malcolm Marshall scored 100, I think it was, with a kias. Was it against India? I think it was. I was a young boy then, and I remember Mako, the late Malcolm Marshall, and played an exquisite cover drive of one hand.
Oh my gosh. Gave him the name, the moniker, the one-arm bandit.
Yes, and that was...
There's a good assignment for this one.
In lane number 1, team from Crane Resorts, Hilderskeene Primary. Lane 2, Workman's Primary. Lane 3, team from Grisette's Primary. In 4, Luther Thorne Memorial Primary. In lane number 5, Wesley Hall Primary. Lane 6, we will see Holy Innocents. Lane 7, St. Bernard's. And out in lane number 8, the team from St. Lawrence Primary.
So Hilda Skiing has the advantage. They can see everybody in front of them. So which means it could be a disadvantage as well because it will force Wesley Hall to go on the flyer, which they are doing.
Quite easily as well, Perry.
Hilda Skiing, Wesley Hall, almost, but they got it in. On the outside, we see St. Lawrence running well. That youngster from St. Lawrence, not the best running style, but he is moving. St. Bernard's in there in the mix as well. Here comes Hilda Skiing on the inside. Wesley Hall and Hilda Skiing and St. Lawrence. Those are the top 3.
St. Bernard's also in contention. Look at Luther Thorne coming in, Perry. I think at the moment it is Hilda Skiing up front.
I'm still watching St. Lawrence.
Yeah, Hilda Skiing is up front. Hilda Skiing is up front, Perry.
Luther Thorne.
This is Quimby.
Quimby has the baton.
This is all Hilda Skiing. Crane Resorts, Hilda Skiing. This young man, they're not going to catch him today, tomorrow, or next week. He wins it easy.
Hilda Skiing, by virtue of finishing first and Wesley Hall finishing 4th, would have cut that lead down a little. They need to do more of that if they want to win the boys. Because if all Wesley Hall has to do is finish before them by 2 places in the next 2 relays, in the final relay, and the boys secure the boys. But don't forget, there were some field events that were unscored that we have to wait for, ladies and gentlemen. So we just give you points as we would receive them. So the final points tally may be different. We're going to try to keep you on the stream, and I'm going to try to get the results while my compatriot, Mr. Gill, goes out and does the presentation on the outside. I'm going to try to do the presentation here on the inside.
Philip may do it this afternoon, but I would go. I think Philip may very well do it, but we will see. We will go.
We'll be having some issues with some technical issues
with them.
The microphones competing against each other. And we're losing sound, etc. So we're going to try to work that out so that both our in-house viewers and our in-house spectators and the viewers on the stream can get the results.
That's a clean takeover from Hilda Skiing.
Hilda Skiing, yeah. That was one of their best takeovers, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, so very good. So now we move on to the under-13s, right? These are the big girls. They're now on the line in lane number 1, Team Wesley Hall. Lane 2, Holy Innocents Primary. Lane 3, we'll see St. Luke's Brighton is there. No, they're not there. So lane 4, will be Crane Resorts, Hilda Skiing. Lane 5, St. Bernard's. Lane 6, Luther Thorne Memorial. In lane 7, Grisette's Primary. And out in lane number 8, the team from St. Lawrence Primary. So scratches the team from St. Luke's Brighton.
Who will it be, Neil? Who do you have for this one? We'll put you on the spot.
If you're gonna put me on the spot with this, I'm gonna go with Hilda Skiing. No. I want to thank my good friend Braff. She's well known. Mako Marshall took 7 wickets in an innings against England bowling in a cast and batted and allowed Larry Gomes to score 119.84 at Headingley. So I thank my good friend Braff, and his son is also one of the young men coming through from NAPSAC, Malachi. He's at St. Michael's School, and he's also running well. So we'll see him at BSAC as well. Yeah, so
a lot of talent. More have left NAPSAC and gone on to the secondary schools.
And I know, and again, we're talking. Yeah, we have an issue here with you've seen the yellow flag up. So something is amiss.
See the meet director there, Mr. Julian Pierre. He is all over as he should be.
Yes, he works really hard. I was talking about that earlier while I was on. Julian works really hard to get his get these things done. Kudos to Julian and his team. There you can see him.
I was giving them some records there. We have Zachary Griffith in the under 13 boys cricket throw. I gave you that. The shot put records as well. We did it on 50s and the 100s. And the 200 meters, they're not quite ready yet, I don't think.
So you can give them some.
The under 11 girls 200 meter record holder is Hilda Skeen's Tia Dorn, 32.08 seconds. The under 11 boys record holder will be Amir Quimby, 30.13 seconds. So Hilda Skeen,
we have the white flag here now that take over number one.
Records there.
So they're on the starters' orders.
And a clean start for this one as these big girls get motoring up around the bottom turn. It's looking good there for...
It looks like Luther Thorne.
Thorne on the outside. St. Lawrence is running really decent. They're baton passing.
Here we go. This is they have Scott running. This is Hilda Skeen. They have Scott running the back stretch.
That is a good a good pace for her because she can make up a stagger and make up any distance that they would have lost on that leg. They just need a decent finisher.
Yeah.
This young lady is holding her own well in the bend.
Yeah, and I think that is Haley Marsh out there for Luther Thorne.
Marsh, for me, should have run the back stretch. But on here they come down the home stretch. And this young lady from Luther Thorne, she is not really exerting a lot of energy. I think if she was a little more aggressive, her arms need to work a little bit more because she...
No doubt about it, yeah. No doubt about your winner from the Crane Resorts, Hilda Skeen. 58.97 is the flash time.
Yeah, Hilda Skeen is going to put their names in the record book again, and they have extended their lead in the girls above Wesley Hall.
Yeah, and this will be in the final event for them.
Right.
The under 13 girls, 58.97. So one more event to go, Perry.
That's the boys 4x1, and I'm going to give our listeners, our viewers, some more record holders in the under. I give the under 13 girls 100 meters. That would be Jada Scott of Hilda Skeen, 13.98 seconds.
Who we saw run just now the back stretch.
Exactly. So you put your strongest runner. Sometimes a good 200 meter man, and if you set up the race properly, your handovers properly, the starter when running the first leg, they don't have to run a full 100 meters.
Yeah.
That's why nowadays you will hear them calling it a 400 meter relay because it's not exactly a 4x1. Every athlete does not run 100 meters, but the baton travels 400 meters.
Makes sense. Again,
so we move on to the.
I think we have to refresh this one.
Refresh because there's one section. So some schools would have opted out of the final event here at the Vibisco Freida Nicholls zone from Chafet Frosty's NAPSAC 20.
And there we have Freida there.
Here says, speak of Freida. There's Freida with her Olympic glasses and that smile as well that she's remembered for.
Yes. I can tell you, Perry, we can see St. Bernard's in lane number 1, lane 2, Luther Thorne Memorial, lane 3, team from Hilda Skeen, and that is Crane Resorts, Hilda Skeen, lane 4, Workman's Primary, lane 5, Grisette's Primary, lane 6, Wesley Hall, lane 7, Holy Innocents, and out, lane number 8, the team from St. Lawrence Primary.
Yeah, St. Lawrence will be having a mixed bag today. They had some good starts, they had some bright sparks, and then it just kind of didn't come together, especially the girls. And the boys, they're holding their own, though. They're holding their own in the boys. They are sitting, I think, in 4th. St. Lawrence is in the boys, so they have nothing to be ashamed of. And as we look through the rest of the zones, and we realize that very few records were broken in the older established zones, and that is expected because when those records were set, and some of them were broken before COVID, those children were seasoned into track and field. Right? I dare say I expect to see in these 3 new zones a lot of these new records being broken next year, God's willing.
Yeah. I would agree with you, Perry. Again, this will be the first time a lot of these athletes are participating. They will not have had enough time to really get into the full stream of things.
When we look at the fact that some on the 9s would have missed competing because they were too young to compete on the 7.
Yeah.
Some of them.
And the under 11s, under 13s would have lost 2 years or so. So as the race goes off, and St. Bernard's, Luther Thorne, Hildeskeen, Workman's, Grisettes, Wesley Hall, Holy Innocents, and St. Lawrence.
Wesley Hall looks good for this one on the outside. You see Hildeskeen.
Good takeover
taking
there.
The baton deep at the back of the takeover zone, which means that this youngster that they have, he is a runner, and he's going to try to get the baton early and come hurt the back stretch. Not seeing him in the camera shot though.
Wesley Hall
is still leading, so Wesley Hall is looking to put the boys' championship to bed. A fumble there from Hildeskeen, and that opening door for Luther Thorne on the inside, and on the outside, see St. Lawrence is still looking good. They have this break patches,
It looks like Luther Thorne, Perry. Luther Thorne
and this young man here
is Gill.
Yeah, he is a finisher, but this youngster here is all slow as well. He's a very determined. We saw him running in the medley, 200 meter leg.
Yes, Luther Thorne.
Luther Thorne over Wesley Hall. Hildeskeen finishes down the pack, so it means that Wesley Hall has maybe a 4-point cushion.
Could have that.
Okay, so that, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the end of all the activities, all of the track and field activities here at the Rubisco Freida Nicholls Zone and the Chafet Frosties Ice Cream Knapsack for 2023. And yeah, he left it all on the track there.
Yeah, he's clutching his hamstring there.
Yeah, we hope it's nothing serious. Yeah, we hope it's nothing serious and that he'll be fit and ready for the next bout of competition, which will be the semi-finals on
March the 2nd.
And just a reminder of viewers, the qualification into semi-finals. The qualification in semi-finals is rough. Only the first place in all the track events except for the 6 and 8 will automatically qualify, and then the next 8 fastest time overall. So if you look at the fact that we had 8 zones, okay, you know that one person from each zone, let's say the 100 meters, one person from each zone goes through in the 100 meters automatically.
They're the winners.
As the winners, but then we have all those other children who have to sit, and you have to pick the top 8 from all those other children. Yeah, so
that's rough, eh?
It's rough.
Because you got one with a very slow time.
Oh yeah.
And then,
so we have some interesting things going on here. Oh my gosh. Looking
at
some of these results.
Wow.
Right, so we're gonna get ready for our awards ceremony, closing ceremony, where we're going to crown the division champions and the boys and girls from under 7 to under 13, as well as the Victor and Victrix Ludorums, top athletes, male and female, and the champion schools. And 2 schools were doing battle for those top spots. Hildeskeen and the girls were looking a lot more comfortable than Wesley Hall and the boys. But I think Wesley Hall may have gotten across the line. However, we're still speaking under correction because there were some field events that were not scored up to the relays. And the field events that we explained, ladies and gentlemen, those field events are not instantaneously entered, like the track events. So we have to take the written sheets and take them to the chief of the throws or whatever. They assign them, they ratify them, then they bring them up to the technical room and they're keyed in manually. So it takes a little longer to get those field event results.
We could say, Perry, that they a lot of we saw some very good performances today. Tyrell Gill, And I remember the girl. No family ties as far as I know. But he ran well. Also doing well. I could remember Jada Scott. Of
There's a young man, and I'm trying to remember his name. And this is how luck fortunes, how luck
Fortune,
favors certain people and
the
fortune
brave.
favors the brave.
Hmm.
He ran in the 800 meters this morning.
Hmm.
He, believe it or not, was a reserve. Not a reserve, sorry. They made a change because I think you have 24 hours or whatever to make a change. They made a change to Wesley Hall. His name, Isaiah Hazel John. He went on to be the record holder.
Oh, he won that
He
race.
won that race convincingly, and he went on to be the record holder. I'm going to bring up the.
So you're saying he was not in the
He
original?
was not in the original entry list because when I was calling in the race on the inside, his name was not there. I had to actually pencil in his name.
Oh, okay.
Right,
Okay.
so he won the 800. He ran it convincingly. He was strong from pillar to post, and he won that. And of course, being the winner, he automatically became the record holder.
Yes,
Isaiah
Hazel
Hazel
John. Yeah.
and
And you said he won it convincingly. Yes, he did.
look at the
Yeah.
times.
Yeah.
2:40:12. 2 minutes 40.12 seconds.
That's a good
compared to
time.
his compatriot who ran 2 minutes 44.15. So it's saying that if this youngster got put in as a late change, what kind of time would the person he's replacing run?
Well,
Stands there. Now there raised the question, right? But he had an opportunity. He sees the opportunity, and he is now a record holder.
but Perry, if you take a look at if you remember that race, I think Wesley Hall got points in from all three of their entries
The same 800.
in that same 800. I remember they won two,
Yes, they got first and second.
first and second, and then it could have been in.
Yes,
yeah,
they had fifth.
correct.
So they
that
got 22
23,
points.
22, yeah,
22
4 and 8,
points
yes,
in that
22
one
points in
race.
that. Yeah. So if you can get 22 points from one race, you see that Wesley Hall, Wesley Hall is a friend. I think the supporters of the Korean Resort Hill, the skiing, they're enjoying themselves. They're bubbling as far as I could see, and they're enjoying themselves.
A lot of strange celebration dances going on.
They came with their drums and their horns and so on. I was
Good
up
to
there.
see.
I was
Good
up there a little
atmosphere.
earlier, trying to roll back years.
Yes,
And
good
it
atmosphere.
was a good,
I would
very
like-
good atmosphere, you
I
know.
would like to see that at BSAT as well.
Yeah, I
think
would love to see that, Perry. The trumpets
right.
and the drums and so on coming back.
Brings back memories of when I used to attend BSAT.
When you did inter-school sports.
Well, inter-school sports.
We called it inter-school sports back then.
Sports back then. I didn't want to disclose how old I was.
My
Andy.
Perry,
Thank you
you
very
don't
much.
do that, Perry. You used to-
Thank you very much. So we are going to take a pause here. We're going to hopefully try to bring you, I'm going to try to bring you the final results and stuff on the inside. If the technical team can get it sorted. Well, one of my partners here in
One of
crime
us will do it. One of us.
the
We'll do the
closing
closing
ceremony on the outside. So just stay tuned. Don't go anywhere, and you will witness the crowning of the division champions on the 7 to under 13 in the boys and girls, as well as Victor and Victor Durham and the champion schools in the boys and girls.
Hilltop was here as well today. We had Holy Innocents Primary, Luther Thorne Memorial, St. Lawrence Primary, St. Bernard's. We also had St. Luke's Brighton. Yes, they're still here. We had that one unattached athlete, and we want to thank her parents. I believe she is homeschooled, and we want to thank her parents for allowing her to come and compete. Okay, these experiences children really need, and she did well. We also want to shout out Wesley Hall Schools, the Warriors, and the Workman's Primary. That looks, is that St. Lawrence? That's, no. That is, no, that's St. Luke's Brighton. We're asking all the coaches, PE teachers over in the athletes village, if you can hear my voice, please come over. Please bring your athletes over. We want to get this ceremony completed, and we are asking for your prompt assistance so we can get this done. I see St. Lawrence now coming on to you. St. Lawrence. All of the schools in there, please. All of the schools in there, please make your way over. Keep coming over. Welcome, schools. That looks like Wesley Hall School coming over now. The Warriors. tie for second. Both of these athletes amassed 20 points for their schools. Teja Bushe from Crane Resort Hildesteen. Just giving her applause because we are only giving the prize for the individual champion. And Shania Scantlebury of Grisette's Primary. And your under 7 girls champion from Holy Innocents Primary, Shariah Maynard with 22 points. Just call for a second here, because this okay. We're now on to the boys. We have a 3-way tie for third. All three of these athletes amass 12 points for their respective schools. These athletes are Malik Dos Santos of Wesley Hall, Akiri Miller Leon, Luther Thorne Memorial, and the Nako Harding of Crane Resort Hildesteen. In second position, Rosari Mears, Workman's Primary, with 14 points, and your under 7 boys champion is Kazari Jordan of Wesley Hall School. Wesley Hall Juniors School. Kazari Jordan. Can a representative from Wesley Hall accept on his behalf, please? We're now on to the under 9 divisions. In third position with 17 points from St. Luke's Brighton, Deshae Thompson. In second position with 22 points from Crane Resort Hildesteen, Shakari Small. And your under 9 girls champion with 30 points from St. Bernard's Primary, Omora Aline. We're now on to the boys. In third position with 19 points from Crane Resort Hildeskin, Thierry Green. With 23 points from Holy Innocents Primary, Amari Kinch. And your champion boy with 26 points from St. Bernard's Primary, Trezari Eiffel. Accepting on his behalf will be Dakiri Coleman. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Ma. I now invite Miss Lisa Boxell, brand manager of West Indies Biscuit Company, Wabisco, to come forward. In third position, with 18 points, from Holy Innocents Primary, Danelle Joe. In second position, with 21 points, from Crane Resort Hildeskin, Claire Headley. And your champion girl, with 30 points, also from Crane Resort Hildeskin, Tia Dorn. Tia Dorn is your champion, under 11 girl. We're now on to the boys. In third position, with 20 points, Amir Quimby from Crane Resort Hildeskin. In second position, with 22 points, also from Crane Resort Hildeskin, Kimani Hurdle. And your champion boy from Hilltop, Christian Whitehall. Christian Whitehall. Christian Whitehall. Christian Whitehall. With 23 points, is your champion. We're now on the 13. Vanessa Holder, and your champion girl, also from Crane Resort Hildeskin, with 30 points, Jada Scott. Now on to the boys. In third position with 25 points from Wesley Hall School, Zachary Griffith. In second position, also from Wesley Hall School with 26 points, Rajan Ford. And your champion boy with 28 points from Lutherthorne Memorial School, Tyler Gill. Thank you, Ms. Botso. I will now invite Ms. Freida Nicholls, the zone icon, to step forward. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a tie, a three-way tie. We have a three-way tie for Victrix Ludoro. All of these athletes amass 30 points. Jada Scott, Crane Resort Hilda Scheme. Omora Aline, St. Bernard's. And also from Crane Resort Hilda Scheme, Tia Dorn. All of these athletes, amass 30 points. Well done, young ladies. We have a tie for second in the boys. Both of these athletes amassed 26 points for their respective schools. Tazari Eiffel of St. Bernard's and Rajan Ford of Wesley Hall. Your champion boy, your Victor Ludorum for the Wabisco Freida Nicholls zone with 28 points from Lutherthorne, Tyler Gill. Tyler Gill is your champion.
Well done, young man. We are now on to the final points and the crowning of the champion schools in the girls and boys. We are going to start with the girls. In ninth position with 17 points, Workman's. In eighth position with 61 points, St. Luke's Brighton. In seventh position with 62 points, St. Lawrence Primary. In sixth position with 87 points. In fifth position with 89 points, St. Bernard's Primary. In fourth position with 129 points, Grisette's Primary. We are now on the top three. With 100 and the Thorn Memorial. With 246 points, Wesley Hall. And your champion school in the girls. With 280 points, Crane Resort Hildeskeen. All the girls, all the females, step forward and take your photo. Girls only. And the boys. In 10th position with 23 points, Hilltop. In 9th position with 24 points, St. Luke's Brighton. In 8th position with 50 points, Workman's Primary. In 7th position with 73 points, Holy Innocents. In 6th position with 78 points, Grisette's Primary. In 5th position with 97 points, St. Bernard's. In 4th position with 98 points, St. Lawrence. We are now on to the top three. In 3rd position with 177 points, Luther Thorn. In 2nd position with 213 points, Crane Resort Hildeskeen. And in 1st position, your champion school in the boys with 295 points, Wesley Hall. All the boys, come forward and take your photo on the podium. Well done.
Hey, good afternoon. Hey.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, she's still there. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our medal ceremony for the Vabisco Freida Nicholls Zone of NAPSAC 2023. I would like to say a very big congratulations to all the schools that would have participated in this zone today. I hope that you get back to your respective schools and homes safely. A good evening all.